Uh, Good morning, honorable guests, distinguished guests, colleagues. We are going to start with the program, and I'm going to invite to the podium Commissioner Yasmin Bakas, who is going to be our program director for the day, to start with the proceedings. Commissioner Yasmin Bakas. Let's get all the people outside to come in so that they don't miss out.
We start with the national anthem, right?
Yes.
Are they ready? Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May we please rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the SANDF. We really appreciate you supporting us yesterday and today. As we do so, may we also observe a moment of silence. Thank you. May you rise. Ladies and gentlemen, a short moment of silence. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Professor Somadota Figeni, Deputy Chairperson, Commissioner Kolomba, fellow commissioners present here today from the Public Service Commission, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Tsenoli, the MEC for Finance for Gauteng, Honorable Mamabolo, standing in for our Premier today, Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellencies, thank you for joining us again today. Distinguished expert speakers for the dais today, including the country representative of the UNFPA, Mr. Ndiana Bangi, Professor Kashalia, Professor Tuli Madonsela, Chief Justice Zondo, who will be joining us shortly, Advocate Motibi from the SIU, Advocate Johnson from the NPA, Professor Ngaweni, the Principal of the National School of Government, Director General of the Public Service Commission, my sister Advocate Dinky Dube, and all officials of various departments and various structures present here today, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Sanbonani, Abshe, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen, good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I greet and welcome all of you, returning delegates and new delegates, joining us on the second day of the Public Service Commission's Anti-Corruption Day program. We most aptly meet on the 9th of December to review our efforts in our various spaces and to recommit to our activism against corruption in each of our sectors. We are here today to rise above the rhetoric, and I must stress that, and to commit to driving tangible game changers within our homes, within our public spaces, within our structures. And much was said yesterday about corruption and the challenges with corruption, and what progress we have made or have not made, and what remains to be done for us collectively going forward. Let us bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, today as we deliberate and discuss and present, that we have not created this platform as the Public Service Commission to discuss what we already know about corruption. This platform has been convened to uphold our constitutional values and principles and to call us together to analyze whether we are simply ticking a checklist wherever we are on our mandates, or whether we are making an impact which will take our country, South Africa, forward. So for today, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 themed sessions, and there are various facilitators from within the Public Service Commission and from various structures which are our partner agencies. And my one plea as the program director is to urge you all to adhere to your time limits. We did so well yesterday, and we managed time beautifully under Commissioner Labalo and the various facilitators for the day. To give context to today's proceedings, I'm advised that we will begin with a short video by the United Nations South Africa Agency on commemorating International Anti-Corruption Day. May we please have the video? Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Corruption threatens our security. It drives organized crime, it corrodes our economy, it crushes opportunities for development, and it traps people in cycles of inequality and poverty. On International Anti-Corruption Day, and every day, we can all act to stop corruption. And we must, because our communities are losing out on trillions of dollars and countless opportunities. As we face growing financial uncertainty, escalating conflicts, and climate disasters, it is more important than ever to end corruption. UNODC is responding. This year, we established our first anti-corruption regional hubs in Africa and Latin America to bring our assistance and expertise closer to the point of delivery. We have enhanced our cross-border cooperation through the Globe e-network, with membership of 127 entities from 69 countries. And we have teamed up with the World Bank to bolster asset In times of emergencies, it is critical to have anti-corruption safeguards in place. COVID-19 response and recovery efforts highlighted that with significant amounts of money come significant risks. Anti-corruption efforts will prove essential to safeguard climate finance and to ensure that the green transition is not undermined by corrupt practices. Youth and children have the most at stake. Bolstering anti-corruption education is central to our work to connect, engage, and empower the next generations. This includes working to help shield sports from corruption. As the guardian of the UN Convention Against Corruption, we support over 185 countries to cooperate and take action to fight corruption. Next year, the Convention celebrates its 20th anniversary. It's an opportunity to double global efforts to tackle corruption and ensure integrity across the board and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you for the technical support. Ladies and gentlemen, as you hear, next year will be a big year. From 2003, when the Charter was signed, to 2023, there will be a celebration of the 20-year anniversary. I'm going to break protocol, ladies and gentlemen, and take a quick moment to introduce my fellow commissioners who are here today and who have supported us holistically. We operate as one plenary, and it would be, I would be failing if I did not introduce each one of our commissioners who are here today and who have been appointed by the President as key drivers of the mandate of Chapter 10, as articulated, where we are created as the Public Service Commission. So I'm going to start with our Honorable Chairperson, Professor Somadota Figeni. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a warm round of applause. And this is followed by, and we're very proud to have our Youth Deputy Commissioner, I conferred the Prof title on you, Commissioner Kolomba. Then in order of seating, we have Commissioner Troya, who is from the resident commissioner from the Northern Cape. And our famous program director from yesterday, Commissioner Libalo, who is the commissioner for Northwest Province and who is also currently helping us caretake as commissioner for Gauteng. Seated next to Commissioner Libalo is an equally famous gentleman, Professor Mandla Makanya, who is our national commissioner. Our other national commissioner, Commissioner Ngwenya, who's also our sister up at head office. The Commissioner for the Western Cape, Commissioner Goosen. And the Commissioner for Limpopo, Commissioner Sohonia. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are one whole plenary and a team that stands together and completely responsible, not just one or two of us, for today's proceedings and the event that's being hosted. Without further ado, I would like to call upon my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Troya, to take over the proceedings for the next session. You're most welcome.
Reject corruption which diverts resources from the poor. These were the words from the pontiff of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis, who raised the problem of corruption as an international sickness. And we are gathered here to respond to those calls. Ladies and gentlemen, let me write Chairperson of the Commission on the protocol that has been established by the Program Director. So I'm not gonna name and single out all our esteemed guests. I will be riding on that protocol. Building a capable, ethical, and developmental state requires an integrated approach in the fight against corruption. And that is the reason why we are here. This is the 19th anniversary of the UN Convention against corruption, which means the campaign against corruption is coming a long way. And we need to break the back of corruption jointly together. Let me welcome those that did not hear the welcoming words from the program director. And mine is just a little task of inviting speakers to come and talk to us. But before I do that, I just want to check, because yesterday there was a call that was made, and I want to verify on that call. Can those that were here yesterday raise their hands? So it means all of us here in this hall were here yesterday. So we have all failed in the call that was made, that each and every one of us should bring a friend. We have failed on that. But it's not late. You can send an SMS and tell them to come. There's enough space. Because we want to spread this message as wide as possible and get as many friends as possible. Without further ado, let me invite the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Professor Somato Dafikeni, to come and welcome us.
Thank you, Program Director. The Chief Justice, who will be joining us soon, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and the Chair of the NCOP, our partners in this, the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, and I also recognize here the MEC, Mama Bolo, representing the Premier, the Acting Vice Chancellor of this university, which is hosting us, Professor Mayiwa, the ministers, the MECs, the members of the Diplomatic Corps. We saw a number of ambassadors, especially from the SADC region, the heads of Chapter 9 and Chapter 13 institutions, and the representatives of various civil society organizations that we are walking this journey with. We see the former public protector, now Professor Madonsela. We see Professor Kachalia of the Anti-Corruption Advisory Committee, but I also ride on all those who have been recognized by Commissioner Bacchus, my fellow commissioners, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you in the spirit of Ubuntu. Molweni, Dumelang, Sanbonan, Abshed, Dimachiron, Huyamore. Let me first start by clearing that matter. We received the communication from the presidency that due to the clash of schedules with the National Executive Committee of the ANC, where he's supposed to be present this morning, both the president and the premier had to be there. So it's unlikely that they will make it to this meeting, but the rest of the program stands. We will also get the input from MEC Mamabolo, who has been sent to stand in for the Premier. On behalf of the Public Service Commission and our partner institutions, the UN, UNISA, the Forum of Institutions Supporting Democracy, which is your Chapter 9, 10, and 13 institutions, I extend a warm and sincere welcome to you all in this hall and those joining us through the live broadcast and online platform. I forgot to also greet the members of the media because they have to make anti-corruption fight trendy. We're a noisy, argumentative, temperamental, and headline-obsessed society. But things such as corruption need a consistent focus. So we're very happy that you join us on this day. The Zondo Commission report into state capture is a culmination of a series of inquiries, reports, whistleblower testimonies, investigative journalism reports into a wide scale of corruption in the public and the private sector in what has become a destructive, cancerous, symbiotic business model of an institutionalized corruption. And this corruption on an industrial scale, the net loser are the poor, who in fact are the worst affected. It is against this backdrop that we meet, not to celebrate, but to critically reflect and consider decisive steps to take. Now that we know, which does not even constitute a full picture, we know the scale of corruption, we gather here to say Anti-Corruption Day of 2022 should not and cannot be business as usual, given the scale of carnage caused by corruption. This in itself is a national catastrophe, especially for the poor, the women, the youth, who are the worst victims because of their positionality and vulnerability. We meet here at the intersection point of the past, the present, and future history. In the history of South Africa, there have been defining moments when men and women of goodwill and unparalleled vision have had to gather to face great challenges before. It was in 1912, in face of segregation, in face of the imminent Native Land Act, that in 1912, leaders of the nation across the region gathered in Bloemfontein to respond to a crisis. Again, in 1955, faced with apartheid, which was consolidating, in Kliptown, leaders gathered and they came out with a blueprint of the Freedom Charter. And this blueprint had so much impact, even on the future of South Africa, the cause of the struggle itself. And again, in the early 1990s, in face of what was seen to be an imminent civil strife, leaders met in Kempton Park to define a new course and to mark the end, in a formal sense, of apartheid. It is out of this environment that the new constitutional democracy was born. So it is for this reason that we've identified corruption in the post-1994 era as the greatest threat to democracy, as the greatest threat to the advancement of social justice. And for that reason, we decided we should convene this meeting of this nature, calling upon the heads of all three branches of government, calling upon the Chapter 9 institution and the law enforcement agencies, precisely because every other report of corruption indicates the weaknesses within the public sector. The crafters of our Constitution in Chapter 10 were very deliberate in Section 195 when they set out the principles that the public service ought to uphold. And they start with the first principle, a high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. Pervasive corruption has eroded all these principles and weaponized elements of public service against the very people they were supposed to serve. Whilst we are still grappling with the legacy of colonialism and apartheid, pervasive corruption has now emerged as a powerful force with just the same destructive effect as colonialism and apartheid. This now is the new frontier of the struggle to once again ensure that the few do not take common goods and services so that they serve their own interests. It is against this backdrop that the PSC felt that we need to have this gathering. But you do know that the country, people are restless, they are angry. It can no longer be another workshop, another seminar, another indaba, another lehotla. They want action. That in itself is very important. As we gather here today, the weight of this history of times when leaders have gathered weighs heavily on the shoulders of our conscience. Where we are gathered in the Z.K. Matthews Hall, the very person who was central in the Kliptown Congress of the People gathering. Where we are gathered today, we are gathered in a university which was the area of study for the icons such as Nelson Mandela, such as Eskiam Patlele, Ahmed Kathrada, Winnie Madikizela Mandela was honored in this very same hall. And I wonder what they would say if they were to wake up and witness the kind of corruption that has become so endemic. The weight of history weighs heavily on the shoulders of our conscience. Whilst we acknowledge honest, hard-working public servants, we also are acutely aware of the great damage caused by the corrupt ones. Isizwe sifa ngomcinga omnye, which roughly translates into the whole forest can burn because of one stick. Even if we say it's the organized few, the impact is still very high. How will the future generations judge us? Do we feel the weight of their pain? We meet in this very same institution, not only to talk, but to say the corrupt individuals are so intense, so organized, but those who want corruption are so fragmented and so tentative in their own approach. I wouldn't doubt that whilst we gather here at this stage, someone in some office is plotting to take away the meager 350 rands or a social grant meant for the most vulnerable. I wouldn't be puzzled if at the stage we are gathered here, in some municipality somewhere, corruption is taking place. And I wouldn't even wonder at this stage that somewhere some farmers are plotting to exclude South Africans from their workforce or seasonal work, yet law enforcement agencies, which are supposed to enforce the law, are looking by. I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere someone is planning to demand a bribe from a vulnerable foreign national because of their state of vulnerability. This list of painful anecdotes is long. Which country would you have people, as it was the case in Mpumalanga, where people were demonstrating that the bribes have gone up for the licensing stations? So if we don't take statecraft seriously, we may start blaming witchcraft. So what is the moral code or immorality code of a society where funerals of liberation icons become corruption schemes? What is the moral or immorality code of a society where corruption goes on an overdrive during the existential crisis of COVID-19? And what is the morality or immorality code of a society where citizenship and some of the critical permits to be in the country can be sold for 500 rands, as if it's a clearance sale on a Black Friday? Corruption eats away any revolution. It will eat away any land reform. It will eat away our democracy and even threaten the very work that has been done. Afrobarometer and several other surveys have shown legitimacy and believability crisis as people no longer have much trust in the public service and the leaders. The voter turnout and the voter apathy also indicates that there is a crisis in terms of our democratic system, where people no longer believe that their participation makes much of a difference. I can imagine that each time we appear and talk, they invoke the words of Diosoga's hymn lyrics, Liza lise idinga lakho, which translate to fulfill thy promise. Each time leaders show up, they might be asking the same question, Liza lise idinga lakho, fulfill thy promise. So we must collectively feel the weight of some of these cries of the people. And they might be asking how long and how long will they wait for the promised reforms? I will then try to summarize by saying, as we meet at this stage, there is one element of law enforcement which is very important in the fight against corruption. There is another element of policy reforms, such as the professionalization of public service, which we believe will disrupt institutionalization of corruption when you make public service meritocratic and ethical. There is yet another line which I think is very important, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, the one of internalizing ethical values and principles. That in itself, I think PSC, Moral Regeneration Movement, and several organizations have been wrestling with how do we unlearn
some of the tendencies people have learned in order to relearn the new values so that we have a new moral code. For that work, we will have to work with the entire ecosystem, with the National School of Government, with the universities, with the training institutions, because the issue of promoting good values and morality cannot be legislated. It has to be a deep conscientization process and public education. Frantz Fanon, in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, says each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Given all what corruption reports say and the corrosive impact they have, we have to ask ourselves, will we fulfill or betray this generational mission? And I want to end by saying, as we gather here on the top of this hill in this great university, the struggle against corruption will not be easy. There will be a pushback. And some of the people who are leading this struggle may be targeted. There will be a backlash. But like the new wave of the struggle, like the struggles of the times before, we must know that there is no struggle without casualties. But we must keep our eyes on the prize of having a corruption-free South Africa. So on this hill, let's reflect, but in the end, let's know that on the valley, we must go back and continue with the fight. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm a little bit deaf, so I didn't hear this round of applause. Can we give the Chairperson a warm round of applause? Thank you very much. Lost and found. iPhone 13 Pro with a black case. If you have lost your iPhone 13 Pro, you'll find it at the register. Someone has lost the iPhone, and if anyone has accidentally taken it, please check your bags and you can take it to the registration point. So the iPhone is lost, and there are car keys that are found. We're not going to tell you which car. You will go and tell the registration desk what car you're driving, how is your key holder, and so on and so forth. So those are the two items, one lost, one found. Thank you very much, Chair. Just a brief reflection. I think the summary of what the Chairperson was saying can be found in the words of the first democratic president of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, when he said, and I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. It comes from non-conformity, the courage to take your back on the old formulas, and the courage to invent the future," I close quote. So we are gathered here, indeed, all of us propelled by the fact that we agree that corruption affects the poor, that it is a crisis that affects all of us, and it is the greatest threat to democracy. But most importantly, the Chairperson has referred us to Chapter 10 of the Constitution, Section 195, which we call on everyone, whether you are in the public sector or in the private sector, just to go and read that section and internalize it so that when you walk into any of the offices, the service you expect must be guided by those principles. And the chairperson says corruption has no morals. That is, in summary, what the chairperson has raised. And he makes a call on all of us to fulfill the mission of our fallen heroes and heroines. Let me then proceed and invite the Speaker for the United Nations, Mr. B. Ndiabanangi, to come to the fore and give us a message. Can we welcome him with a warm round of applause?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, should have started with that, right? Let me also beg to stand on existing protocols. In the program, it mentions one of the agencies, which is my day job, the United Nations Population Fund, but I am here representing the UN system in South Africa, and so I'm speaking on behalf of the UN Resident Coordinator. It is indeed an honor to address you on behalf of the United Nations systems in South Africa on this important day. We are here at this crucial moment to raise one voice against corruption and support South Africa's dreams toward a prosperous state. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, corruption undermines development, security, and the rights of every citizen. It erodes public trust in systems and institutions. It takes away resources urgently needed for public investment. It enables crime. It contributes to instability and feeds fear and frustrations. When corruption thrives, things indeed fall apart. The renowned African poet Ben Okri says, and I quote, "Corruption bothers me more than the threat of a civil war, because it eats away slowly at the fabric of the nation. It eats away at its consciousness and spirit, turning it into a diseased organism. Corruption is death by 10,000 cuts." Corruption causes and fuels much of the world's ills. Tackling corruption head-on helps us to meet some of the greatest developmental challenges of our time and spark change towards realizing the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring that no one is left behind. Preventing and combating corruption strengthens democracy and the rule of law. It promotes social and economic development. It helps protect South Africa's vast natural and cultural wealth. it is conducive to job creation. It helps achieve gender equality and secures wider access to essential services such as healthcare and education. Simply put, action against corruption helps protect every person's right to justice and opportunity to public services and to a sustainable future. Like so many other countries, South Africa has found its potential and prosperity undercut and held back by corruption. This, in turn, has significant and wide-ranging impact on people's daily lives. The government of South Africa has recognized and taken crucial steps to combat corruption. Once and still a beacon of hope and a model of good governance in the South, South Africa cannot falter. The government has opened itself up through various commissions of inquiry instituted in the past few years to uncover the scale of corruption in public institutions. This is the action of a government, we believe, committed to understanding the roots, the manifestations, and the practice of corruption within its institutions. This bodes well for ongoing national efforts of addressing the challenge of corruption. The participation of South African institutions here today, and we believe at the highest level, is yet another sign of the commitment and importance South Africa attaches to the fight against corruption, and the pledge that hopefully, I believe, is about to be signed, and this will be the symbol of the commitment today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against corruption is everyone's responsibility. At the top, government must show resolute political will and take the steps needed to fight corruption and mobilize the necessary resources. State institutions should be at the forefront of this fight. Law enforcement agencies, oversight bodies, and the judiciary need to act as champions of change. They need to demonstrate resilience to corruption and abuse of power, and act upon the principles of integrity, transparency, and accountability. Parliament must uphold its central responsibility in establishing robust legislation to deter corruption and empower those who bring the corrupt to justice. Beyond government, other stakeholders have a key role and responsibility in preserving integrity. Business has an integral role to play in preventing corruption in the private and public sectors by helping to protect supply chains and committing to fair competition. Civil societies have a watchdog role to play, which will help promote public sector accountability and service delivery. The media, who have exposed much of the corruption, bears the responsibility of informing the public and demonstrating integrity in their own coverage. The academia, we are here at the university, provides us with data and knowledge and helps prepare the new generation to become champions of everyday resilience and integrity. But the heart of our responses and the key to their success are the people. The people of South Africa are South Africa's most precious resource. Young people have the most to lose, but they are the very people who have to find transformative solutions to corruption and hold leaders to account. We must create opportunities to enable the youth to fulfill their role as the future guardians of integrity. Women are affected disproportionately by corruption. Women must be included in shaping the anti-corruption responses. I would like to take this opportunity to salute the men and women who are whistleblowers of corruption in South Africa. These are courageous individuals who have made their personal sacrifices. Many have lost their livelihoods or continue to suffer from the trauma of victimization. On behalf of the United Nations family in South Africa, I wish to express our heartfelt sympathy to the heroes and heroines who have paid this ultimate price. The selfless acts of whistleblowers in speaking up against corruption deserves recognition and appreciation, not rejection or reprisal. The United Nations acknowledges that a well-designed whistleblowing system will encourage officials across all sectors and the general public to expose corrupt practices. Key to such a system is the effective protection measures embedded not only in legislation, but also in the institutional practices. We need to look to new and ambitious ways that go beyond business as usual. People want to see practical steps being taken. We need to understand and address the underlying causes of corruption. We need to prioritize prevention and be proactive in identifying and addressing risks of corruption. We must leverage the power of technology and innovation to boost anti-corruption efforts. To truly overcome corruption, we need to promote a fundamental change in mindsets. The mindset where one rejects acts of corruption by default at every level, regardless of who commits the act and the size of the act. It must become part of everyone's DNA. People must believe that every act of corruption, every small bribe undermines the rule of law and their own future. We must send a positive message to the people we serve through our words and actions. In exercising firm leadership and giving hope, we must borrow from the wise words of Harold S. Green, who says, and I quote, "Leadership is practiced not so much in words as in attitude and in actions." When we do gather here again next year, we must report back on the progress we have all made. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to reiterate the UN commitment and our support to assist the state, the Parliament, the Judiciary, and the Executive to implement the recommendations of the report into allegations of state capture. We have come a long way from corruption being a taboo that was barely discussed to it being at the forefront of global efforts. As part of the UN Strategic Cooperation Framework that we signed in April this year with the government of South Africa, we commit to work in close cooperation with both the state and non-state agencies with the responsibility for monitoring and oversight, investigations, law enforcement, prosecutions, and strengthening existing procurement and financial management systems to promote and preserve the integrity of the public service. We commit to keep people at the center of our collective efforts. As the UN, we have promised to leave no one behind. We must accept that the people themselves oftentimes have better solutions than us, as they know the triggers and sources of corruption. The United Nations commits itself to work hand in hand, side by side, to provide support in this sometimes thankless job. In concluding, I would like to remind us about the reason we celebrate the International Anti-Corruption Day. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the only global legally binding anti-corruption instrument, was adopted on 9th December 2003. The convention will therefore celebrate its 20th anniversary next year. In closing, I would like to remind us all, here and those joining virtually, that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing. Future generations will judge us by our actions and the difference we make to fight this pandemic called corruption. I thank you for your attention. There is a video again from the United Nations system. I was supposed to announce it as I walk off the stage. Thank you.
In 2003, the world came together to adopt a landmark agreement. This is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. To date, 188 state parties have ratified the convention, showing a near universal recognition of good governance, accountability, and political commitment. We celebrate the International Anti-Corruption Day to raise awareness on corruption and also to promote the role that the convention has towards addressing and preventing corruption. The world today faces some of its greatest challenges in many generations. Challenges which threaten prosperity and stability for people across the globe. As we move towards the 20th anniversary of the convention, the values that this convention promotes are more important than ever. Therefore, on this day and beyond, I would like to encourage all parties that we continue to build South Africa that is united against corruption.
Happy International Anti-Corruption Day. Transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption are key to achieving sustainable development. public services and to a sustainable future. It helps South Africa to realize a brilliance toward a prosperous state, and it helps to ensure that no one is left behind. But to truly overcome corruption, we need to promote a fundamental change in mindset. The mindset where one rejects acts of corruption by default at every level, regardless of who commits the act and the size of the act. It must become a part of everyone's DNA. Everyone must believe that every act of corruption, every small bribe, undermines the rule of law and their own future.
Tackling corruption is the first step towards building a better and more equal South Africa for all. And one way of working together to address corruption is to ensure the strengthening of governance institutions at all levels, in line with the vision of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which stresses the provision of justice to all and the building of effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions. Armed with these strong institutions, including institutions supporting constitutional democracy in South Africa, we can channel resources towards the full realization of human rights for all, rather than a privileged few. Ultimately, as we work towards the progressive realization of basic economic, social, and cultural rights, whilst upholding the core human rights principles of accountability, non-discrimination, and meaningful participation, we will be able to transform South Africa into a just and more equal society in which everyone can live with equal worth and dignity.
Our mission as the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, is to deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. Corruption creates barriers for access to maternal health care services, leading to ill health and the death of women. Resources are needed to ensure that healthcare workers are recruited and paid, medicines and supplies and equipment are available. Addressing corruption, in particular in the health system, helps us to protect the health as a human right, reduce wastage of public funds, and promote trust in the health system. This promotes the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular Goal 3, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. I thank you.
Children and young people have the most to lose from corruption and its negative impact on public services, healthcare, education, job creation, environmental protection, social stability, and nearly every aspect of life. International Anti-Corruption Day is a reminder of the urgent need to prioritize this issue. We also have a responsibility to educate children about the dangerous consequences of corruption while ensuring that they fulfill their roles as future guardians of integrity. The empowerment of young children and young people is critical in our collective quest to ensure a transparent, prosperous, and fair future for all.
The United Nations family in South Africa is honored to celebrate the International Anti-Corruption Day with the people of South Africa. I encourage you all to join the celebration and raise one voice against corruption today and every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Ndawanangi for the wonderful message. And that was a loud and clear message. And as you were speaking, I was reminded of the wise words of our former president, the first democratic president of the Republic of South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela, when he said, and I quote, "Our hope for the future depends also on our resolution as a nation in dealing with the scourge of corruption. Success will require an acceptance that in many respects, we are a sick society. I close quote. I think the challenges that you raised indeed relate to exactly what the President was saying. And all the speakers have one thing in common, that there's a call that we all need to stand in unison in the fight against corruption. And we should leave no one behind. And they say if we want increased and accelerated delivery of services, indeed we need to ensure that we fight corruption. He went further to say the state institutions must work together. And that is the working together we are forging to ensure that we fight this. But also he emphasized the issue of the whistleblowing. And indeed, whistleblowers need to be protected. Many have lost their lives. Many have lost their livelihoods. However, we need to encourage people to blow the whistle. I must also remind those of you who do not have this number that there's one number that you cannot afford not to have in your list of numbers. And that is the number for the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, which is 0800 701 701. 0800 701 701. Because we need to encourage whistleblowing. And there you can even call as an anonymous person. We will take your call and we will record it and we will follow the case as reported. Let me, without further ado, invite the MEC for Finance in Gauteng, Ndate Mamabolo, to come to the fore and give us the message on behalf of the provincial government on this important day.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me join all the speakers in acknowledging the protocol that has been established, in that all the distinguished guests have been well acknowledged. And I will say all protocol observed, and otherwise, good morning to all of you present here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to formally convey the apology of our Honorable Premier, Panyaza Lissofi, who certainly wished to be here, but as it was already announced, he couldn't make it. Now, being MEC of Finance, I'll be very brief to give you surplus time. I've learned the science of savings, and I hope to be very brief. And of course, let me, in so doing, acknowledge all the very important addresses and speeches that have been made. I think enough ground has been traversed, enough space has been covered already. But most importantly for us in Gauteng Province, led by our Premier, in our early days of this administration, we would like to really thank the Public Service Commission for choosing our province to host this very important and what will definitely be a memorable and of course point of reference for many generations to come. We are very confident that our province, with its well-known and of course celebrated hospitality, would have made everybody comfortable, and we hope you are enjoying being in this very beautiful province, which is the economic hub of our country, and of course, to a large extent, the continent. At the very outset, we would like to reaffirm and agree with the theme that has been chosen for this very important, the International Anti-Corruption Day. And as you all know, the theme, which is very much important and would like to emphasize, says it's based on the cost of failure of governance and ethics in the public service, a response to the various commissions of inquiry into allegations of corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. As the provincial government, we believe that this theme speaks to the reality we are facing in so many ways. As South Africans, and of course our province in particular, we can attest to the cost of failure of governance and ethics in the public service in line with the theme. Failure of governance and ethics in the public service is not an abstract reality, but indeed it is real. It does impact negatively on the experiences of our citizens and residents of the province. Just to share with you that as the provincial government, we have taken various steps to make sure that we confront this very perennial problem of corruption, in that we have already, in 2017, established and appointed a civil society-led Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council to help us in building an ethical culture in our city region. And of course, the council is made up of highly respected persons and of course, professionals in their respective areas. I'd also like to say that in order to combat and prevent the endemic corruption practices within our tendering processes, the Gauteng provincial government has championed procurement reform by introducing an open tender system. After introducing the open tender system in 2014, we have institutionalized it through an act of the provincial legislature. And I must say that the work of the Advisory Council and of course the biannual report that has been released has actually, amongst others, emphasized the following areas. Firstly, consistent adherence to the constitutional values, providing effective oversight, full implementation of the recommendations of Chapter 9 and 10, constitutional institutions, effective integrity management program, communication of success stories, and the adoption of the Integrity Pact as part of the procurement system. Of course, as you all know, our province, in the midst of COVID-19 hard lockdowns, we have had one of the most shameful scandals of the COVID-19 PPE, which has actually led us to make a very profound determination to strengthen our prevention, detection, investigation, and resolution of procedures to maintain clean governance. Following the PPE scandal and saga, we have now implemented a system of fraud detection on all contracts above 10 million, where we pick up irregularities, we do terminate such contracts immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just conclude by making a plea that in our efforts to combat corruption and, of course, fraud and theft from the public purse, it is important that we look at the strengthening our risk environment and, of course, control measures to make sure that we can close all the leakages in the system. It is very much important that our processes become efficient and effective to make sure that we proactively deal with corruption. Having said that, we must also acknowledge and appreciate the work that the entire criminal justice system is doing. But having said that, we must also appeal to them to make sure that investigations and, of course, action that needs to be taken is done so promptly, swiftly, decisively, without fear or favor or prejudice, because, as you'll surely agree, we have a situation in our province where investigations, disciplinary actions, and, of course, criminal liability actions take very long. It takes long to investigate cases, to complete them, disciplinary action. And in that, we experience cases of repeat in committing corruption. So it's very much important that we speed up the investigations. We speed up the disciplinary processes. And we make sure that we act decisively so that we do not have this repeated. Also, when I had the privilege and honor to deliver the medium-term budget policy statement, I did make the point that we need to make sure that we enforce the authority of the Public Finance Management Act and make sure that we avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized and irregular expenditure. We have also made the point that in our province, we will work even much more harder to make sure that we combat corruption and fraud. And of course, our Premier has, in announcing the new cabinet, been very clear on that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to the outcomes of this very important meeting, the discussions, the resolutions, the outcomes, which should guide and inform our work. And with those words, we wish you well, and we hope you find the hospitality of our province very good and have a good experience in the province. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Indeed, you wrapped up our session on a high note, and we thank you for the wonderful and the encouraging words. You remind me of one of the speeches of the famous Cuban revolutionary, Che Guevara, when he said, if you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you are a comrade of mine. I close quote. The MEC has raised a number of fundamental issues that the Gauteng government is engaged in the fight against corruption, which of course are lessons to learn for other provinces as well. Of course, his reaffirmation of our theme is noted, and also he emphasized adherence to the constitutional values and principles. And I like the notion of the open tender system as adopted by the provincial government. I hope that you will be able to influence your counterparts elsewhere in the country to follow suit so that we ensure that there is transparency and accountability. And also, he raised the whole issue of making sure that all systems are effective and efficient in combating corruption. Thank you very much, MEC. And well, the issue of the enforcement of the authority of the PFMA cannot be overemphasized. It is very important and it is very key. Let me thank all of you as the audience. You've been a wonderful audience. I hope you will remain as such as we proceed with the day. I am now going to step down and I'm handing over the reins back to Commissioner Bakas, the lady in charge. Over to you, Commissioner Bakas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kloya. We would like to invite the SANDF band to come through and preside over the next session, which is the signing of the pledge. We will have the chairperson, Professor Figeni, come and join us. May I please invite the speakers from yesterday to sign the pledge, as well as the speakers on the program for today to kindly come through and sign the pledge on the dais. They can come out this way. Can we ask them to come out this way, please, darling? Please, because they'll be blocking. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers from today, please join the chairperson on the dais, as well as speakers from yesterday, to sign the pledge. Chief Director. don't, you know, we have to catch up on time. The deputy speaker has already complained that the facilitators are talking too much. But it's signed. You want to read it? Yes. All right. So you'll be quite swift about it. And then I'm going to announce that the Chief Justice will be the keynote speaker. But has he arrived?
He's arriving at 11:45.
Okay. So I will just move to the next session. Right?
We read first and then move to the next session.
That's what I'm saying. But I've already warned Commissioner Makanya. See, what we need to understand as program directors and facilitators, it's not time for us to make a speech.
Absolutely.
Just limit it. Go with the programs. You know, Mapoisa, eh?
This was nice, don't you think?
I like the ambience.
It's lovely, eh? And it gives it dignity.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm saying to the chairperson, next year it has to be bigger. It's the 20th anniversary. So we must do a lot of media campaigns before it. We must have a 20th anniversary celebration, say what the PSC has done, our journey.
I'm going to book the president in January. January for December.
If you throw the president,
Of course.
are we done? We're done.
Thank you so much.
We're done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the SANDF band. I see there's one rose amongst all the thorns, if I may say that. Wonderful to see a female in the band. Oh, is it two? It's two. It's wonderful. We really welcome that. Thank you so much. Really adding ambiance to the signing of the pledge. May I invite our Chief Director for IAC, Sis Morocco, to read the pledge, especially because some of us were not here yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the promotion. I welcome it in advance, but I'm a Director Professional Ethics. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, members of the diplomatic community, all the esteemed guests and speakers. We truly appreciate the signing of the pledge. It's a sign of commitment that you are committing yourselves in the fight against corruption. But for all of us that are here, those of us who have not appended our signatures, we are going to do what we did yesterday, but today we're going to do it differently. We will all read out the anti-corruption pledge, but I will lead. I will read a sentence, you repeat after me until we finish. Do I have your cooperation? Wonderful. So let's start. I pledge to be a responsible and honest citizen or resident. Neither pay or take bribes. Obey the law and encourage others around me to do the same. To treat public resources with respect. Never abuse any money entrusted to my care or position. Act with integrity in all my dealings, in thoughts and in action. And always act in the best interest of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Morocco. I have a 7th sense. That's why I called you Chief Director. Ladies and gentlemen, we have caught up with some of the time that we had lost earlier. We are moving according to time almost. We're about 7 minutes out right now. May I invite the moderator of the next session, Commissioner Makanya. May I please also plead with speakers, keep to the time, keep your the comments limited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bacchus. Just before we proceed with this part of our program, I just want to request Fatima to join me here quickly, because we have to go through that exercise of the Mentimeter that we got involved in yesterday. So it would be helpful if we can just start from there. Fatima?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all our dignitaries present, all protocol observed. I'm Fatima Rawat from the Ethics Institute. We're trying to assist with the proceedings today, and part of what we'd like to ask everyone to do is introduce you to a platform called Mentimeter. It is a virtual platform in which you are able to share your questions or comments for the various panels that are about to take place. So allow me to introduce the platform to you. As you can see on the screen before you, that's the Wi-Fi password for the venue that we're at. If I can ask you to take out the device that you're using and please get onto the Wi-Fi. I'll give you a minute to get onto it. Once you're on the Wi-Fi, if you can then go into your browser and click on www.menti.com. If you're on the platform, it will ask you for a password, and the password is, as you see on the screen, it's 473268.6. While you do that, allow me to explain. Mentimeter is a virtual platform that allows for interaction. I'd also like to acknowledge the virtual audience that we have with us today. So it enables both the physical audience and the virtual audience to engage with our panelists by posing your questions and your comments. These will be anonymous, so we won't be able to see who they're from, but certainly we'll be able to raise your comments and your questions with the various panelists that are going to be appearing before us today. All right, maybe I can get an indication. Everyone okay? On to Mentimeter? Fantastic. All right, my colleague Chris at the top is operating Mentimeter. And once you're on Mentimeter, if you can give us a like, we love to see the hearts. So let's get on to Mentimeter and just test it. Chris, it's not displaying on the screen. So in the various commissions that are going to be taking place, we really want to encourage your questions and your comments and your feedback to the panelists. And the various facilitators will, at the end of each session, then look at your comments and questions and raise them with the panelists. I'm just waiting for an indication as to the display. Okay, I think Program Director, in the interest of time, I'm not going to take it any further. It seems that there's a technical challenge. But if I can encourage you, are you all now seeing Mentimeter? Then you'll see that there's a question for the session 2. Any question or any comment that you have, please do note it. If you're addressing it to a particular presenter, then please indicate who that question is to, so that when the facilitator is raising the question, they're able to address it accordingly. I think, Program Director, I'll hand back to you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Fatima. So the Mentimeter work is going ahead. I just want to say at this point that there is an exciting part of the icebreaker that we are going to be at least going through before we proceed with this part of the program. And I just want to check where Paul Kalani is, because there is some work that him and I are supposed to be doing. He's got a challenge and he has to answer himself. Before we proceed, can you locate Paul Kalani quickly? Wonderful. Right here. Thank you so much. Just to say that the lady who is standing with me right here hails from Diepsloot. She participated in a very exciting program, that is directed at the young people. It's a social program that has to present the kind of challenge that is confronting us as a society. It has been going on for a number of years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And during that process, the sifting was underway. And it happened that there was a national part of the program, and then the second part was an international part of the program. The international part of the program was taken care of from the side of Moscow, and it so happens that as a country, we are very excited that she emerged as the first in that category after everything else was just done and dusted. So that's the main reason why she's right here. And I just want to say that the work that she developed is actually appearing there on the screen, but I just want to find out from her, because she has to say this, not only just to me, but to all of us. What really prompted you to do this type of work, if you can just answer?
Good day, everyone. I understand that corruption is a problem in our society, and now everyone is accepting it as a normal thing. So I felt as the youth that we should be part of stopping the corruption and making our society a better place. Corruption is sabotaging our careers and opportunities, and it's time that us, the youth, businesses, private and public sectors, as well as the society as a whole, that we stand up together and fight corruption. As the poster says, that together we stand, but divided we fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. But just before you can even run, because this is very exciting, to have the young ones taking this kind of a position. This is a hardline stance against corruption, which is what we are really looking forward to, so that as and when we tackle the problem, we don't simply just look at it in the context of the now, but look at it in the context of the future, so that we can rid the society and across the board of this kind of scourge. So I just want to check with you, Paul, just quickly. What is the view from your side of the youth that you may have actually encountered as and when we were preparing yourself on this state of affairs of corruption that is confronting us as a society?
Well, mostly as the youth, I must say that we have succumbed to actually accept corruption, which is a bad thing, because now, as the youth, as we graduate from school, we're all looking for jobs. And jobs here in South Africa is not very easy to find. So we have succumbed to the point where we have to bribe, buy jobs, have money to just have access to everything. And there's also, it's a challenge, because now when you go to school, you try to study and try to get something for yourself, but instead you need to get money to bribe someone to get you into a job. You need to bribe someone to get you into a field. You can't just go in with your qualification. You can't go in with your hard work. So some people would even discourage us as the youth that you may go to school. They always say that you may go to school, get your degree, study for 3 years, 7 years, but they will ask you that when you come back from there after you've graduated, is that certificate going to work for you? They always ask us, and they always tell us that you're going to stay at home after you've graduated with that certificate because it won't work. What actually works is, who do you know? How much are you paying for the bribe? So us as youth has really succumbed to this, and it's very negative on our side. But then, hopefully, we will overcome the corruption. And I believe that we will, as we encourage each other to be whistleblowers and just be the generation to stop corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. You've said a mouthful. We are very excited as we are gathered here today to hear you as a young person, that you have so much anger against corruption, because what we are doing here today and in future is meant to ensure that the environment that we create is the environment that will actually give you space where you can thrive, where your qualifications can matter, but similarly, where we are going to live a comfortable life as society, that one day corruption will not eat on the fiber of society to put you in that kind of feeling that you find yourself in today. So we are speaking on behalf of the young people who may not necessarily be with us here, but we want to thank you. And once again, congratulations for the work that you've done. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that I'm riding also on the protocols that were presented right at the beginning, because as things say, at this point, what we need to understand is that we've protocoled those in the context of the list that we all have and that we've all seen. What we are doing at this point in time is that the session is all about harnessing societal forces against corruption. And in this instance, we are going to be getting an opportunity of hearing directly from those who can just help us to begin to have an exciting encounter with what is now in place that can help us to begin to have that comfort in terms of consciousness, to understand that we are making progress towards an environment where we are going to be ridding ourselves of this problem that is confronting us. So in terms of those who are going to be speaking to us, we have two speakers, starting with Professor Kashalia, who is the chairperson of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. He's going to be speaking on just scene setting, introducing the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. We heard recently where they were appointed to serve in this particular area. So just briefly, Professor Kashalia holds a BA and BA honors degrees and an LLB, as well as a diploma in company law from Wits University. And he also is a highly talented, scholar in the field of law. He received first class for his LLM from the University of Michigan. He actually has a colorful type of life that marks the majority of those people that you'll find in our country. During apartheid, he, together with his brother, Azar Kashalia, at the time when they were students at Wits, they went through pain where they were actually distributing pamphlets to commemorate 1976 uprisings in our country. And then that's where they were hauled by the security police, assaulted and tortured. But that was not all. I mean, that continued, because in 1981, he experienced the same thing together with his brother. And in 1984, he made a huge contribution in challenging and opposing the apartheid state. But he also has played a critical role in transition, where as a country, we're moving away from an apartheid state to become a democratic state. He participated in CODESA 1 and CODESA 2 negotiations. So we're very excited to have him in our midst. And he's written fairly extensively in the field of law, as I indicated. But he's also been fairly instrumental and fairly active insofar as our work is concerned. He served in our own provincial government in our province in Gauteng, but he's also served in the planning commission from the side of the province as the head of the commission. And in various portfolios also in the province for a number of years. I just want to say that we are excited to have you, Professor Kashalia, today, and I just want to invite you to come and speak to us. We know that corruption is painful. We know that we've spoken about it as a cancer since yesterday, and we know what cancer does. It actually eats on every part of the body. So which means that as a society, it's eating on every part of our society. And we just want to rid our society of this cancer. And we want to hear you on what is going on in terms of the goings on in your area of operation. Thank you so much.
Goeiemorgen, Sanbanani, Program Director, Professor Fikeni. I truly enjoy your contributions to our public discourse. Commissioners, let me greet all of you. I'm here in the ZK Matthews Hall among some of my favorite people. Putting in the good fight against corruption, so all protocol observed. So today I want to start by recalling the observations made a big impression on me at the time by the former head of the PSC, who remarked early on in prescient ways about his observations about what he called a growing wickedness in the public service. I don't know how many of you remember that. So, where did the rot start? Ronnie Casserols asks a few questions about this in one of his recent books, in the chapter entitled The Corridors of Corruption. He continues, and I'm quoting, "And who can we say was responsible? Do we blame individuals, the liberation movement, South African society, capitalism, human nature? Is there something innate about the human condition which makes people susceptible to greed and the lust for wealth and power? And can these flaws be overcome? Can temptation be resisted by mere appeals to conscience, by whistleblowing, tough regulations, tough penalties? Are extreme penalties sufficient without eradicating the root causes of the problem?" These are some of the questions he asks. And these are some of the questions that require urgent answers. On one point, I think we should be absolutely clear. After 3 decades of experience of self-government, our own government, under a democratic constitution, we cannot set up our institutions of state on the assumption of our own inherent virtue, and virtue on the part of those who are elected into high office or those appointed to high positions in the public service. No. On the contrary, we must constrain ourselves by law and by establishing resilient institutions in order, paradoxically, for the public good to be pursued and to flourish. We should not hide from the truth now that is self-evident, that our democracy is being damaged by corrupt and self-serving leaders. We are now attempting, at this critical juncture in our country's history, nothing less than a refounding of our democratic republic by renewing its moral, cultural, material, institutional, and political foundations. As we do so, we must rebuild our commitment to the cultivation of civic virtue, the pursuit of the common good, and the constitutional protections of the rule of law, since experience has taught us that the sins of incumbency, to which we are all prone, require that we shore up the ramparts of probity against our baser inclinations. The original constitutional settlement, in a moment of high-minded idealism, may perhaps have not paid sufficient attention to the risk of political degeneration, and constitutional texts adopted in such moments, however prescient, do not by themselves guarantee good behavior by political leaders and administrators in the presence of power and all its temptations, especially in a market society such as ours, which values financial success and private accumulation of wealth above everything else. One example, in my view, was the failure to write into the Constitution a requirement of transparent funding of political parties. So why is political corruption a threat to democracy? I think it's a question we should ask ourselves, not simply repeat the claim that democracy undermines corruption in a rhetorical fashion. Why is political and official corruption a threat to our democracy that we fought so hard for? How do we answer this question, or how we answer this question depends on how we define corruption. Again, I think we ought to introduce some discipline in the way we conceptualize the issues that are under consideration. It should not be assumed that the concept is self-evident and that we are all in agreement. My experience, this is not so. It is essential to debate what is meant so that we can indeed build a social consensus which is essential to effective and consistent collective action against corruption. We are going to have to discuss what our values are in a democratic society in order to identify what our expectations are of those who exercise authority on our behalf. For this, the Constitution will provide us with a starting point, but only that. But a deep conversation will also require an examination of some of our basic values, including those embedded in indigenous knowledge systems. Various familiar forms of dishonest conduct worthy of condemnation occur every day at all levels of society, in all kinds of private institutions and places, and at all levels of the public service. But this is not the kind of corruption revealed by the Zondo Commission, which has so scandalized us and is so harmful to our society. It is rather, and let's be frank about this, it is political corruption by persons in high office elected to govern or who are appointed to senior positions in the public service, upon whose conduct and probity the proper functioning of our democratic institutions and the well-being of our people depends. Persons who are elected to high office in a representative democracy are required to act faithfully at all times in the interests of the people and never in the interests of themselves as an elected caste of wannabe oligarchs and plutocrats. They should never place themselves in a relationship of dependence on private economic interests or allow such interests to capture the democratic process for their own selfish ends. And when our representatives do so, they are acting in a way that is corrupt because such self-dealing conduct is inconsistent with the basic moral premises of our representative institutions, which are based on, or should be based on, popular consent and political equality. And this is why it does great harm to the body politic. No relationship of trust between citizens and their representatives can be maintained under such circumstances, and nominally democratic processes which are captured by vested interests will not produce decisions and outcomes which are in the public interest. The result, inevitably, is the loss of public trust in their leaders and the atrophy of our democratic institutions, which is what we are now experiencing. Those appointed into senior positions in the public service to pay pensions, administer our schools and hospitals, and to procure goods and services like medicines and textbooks, to manage our railway system, our ports, our electricity grids efficiently, are required to carry out their public duties in accordance with the law and for no ulterior purpose. And when such powers are exercised with ulterior purposes at the behest of friends, family, and business collaborators, or on the instructions even of a self-dealing minister, such powers are being exercised in a way that is illegal and corrupt, and the result is also inevitably collapsing public services. It should be clear that in connecting the concept of corruption with the functioning of our democratic institutions and the administrative state being supervised by the Public Service Commission, I take a broad view of conduct which should be condemned as corrupt. It is certainly not limited to what is sometimes called quid pro quo corruption, that is, the direct exchange of a bribe with intent to secure a specific benefit, like kickback arrangements between government officials and contractors. This kind of corruption is clearly indictable as a criminal offense, but it will often be difficult even for the most competent prosecutors to prove, with the result that the guilty will often escape justice. At least some of the Bosasa bribes appear to fall in this category. But the facts revealed by the Zondo Commission about Bosasa's modus operandi and the web of relationships established with politicians can leave no one in any doubt that it created a fraudulent scheme of influence peddling to secure the lion's share of contracts in the Department of Corrections, even if it turns out that it may not be possible to prove quid pro quos and kickbacks in each individual case. Influence peddling corrupts our democratic institutions, even if the elements of a specific crime are not all present or provable in a court of law. Corruption is not limited to blatant bribes and theft from the public service, from the public purse. It encompasses many situations where politicians and public institutions serve private interests at public expense. That is why we need to establish ethical standards for those who are elected to represent us, apart from and in addition to the criminal law. Because if you think about the public debate, a lot of it is focused exclusively on the criminal law paradigm. The expectation that we will find a crime, that we will prove a crime, prosecute that crime, and arrest those who are guilty of criminal corruption. Those who have followed the so-called step-aside debate in the governing party will understand that the simple proposition is one of apparent difficulty and controversy among this generation of politicians who are apparently completely unable to recognize conflicts of interest between their public duties and their private interests, between the pursuit of the public good and rent-seeking malfeasance. So what is to be done? We need to institutionalize a comprehensive integrity agenda, and we've made considerable progress in this regard, but identify where the gaps are, build on the capacity and initiatives already in place. This will include establishing enforceable ethical standards for all public officials and those who seek to do business with the state or to influence its decisions or policy outcomes of the democratic process. This should include disclosure requirements and prophylactic rules governing gifts, for instance, which are often disguised bribes, enforced by an independent agency or ombud. Deputy Speaker, the current parliamentary system is inadequate because the responsible officials are parliamentary employees who are not sufficiently insulated from political pressure and are not adequately resourced. In the wake of the state capture revelations and the general revelations of the Zondo Commission, we certainly need expedited prosecutions. And since being appointed to chair NACAC, we are looking forward to engagements with our counterparts in the criminal justice cluster, and had a fantastic meeting recently with Advocate Kanyile at the Fusion Center, really doing excellent work. So we must rebuild investigative and prosecutorial capabilities which self-evidently were consciously, deliberately dismantled to facilitate state capture. Under Minister Lamola, we are at long last seeing some significant progress, but too many crimes of corruption in high places still go unpunished. Experience has also taught us that where high-level wrongdoing is concerned, additional safeguards are required over and above the current constitutional provisions to ensure that prosecutions are instituted without fear or favor, and that dishonest politicians are not able to use their power or indeed their popularity to insulate themselves from accountability. And that's part of the problem right now, that those in such positions who are guilty of malfeasance are able to protect themselves, and who are engaged in a fight-back campaign against all of you who are engaged in this fight against corruption. So it's us and them. We are not the first jurisdiction to face this imperative, since experience has taught us that wherever there is power, there is also always the risk of its abuse. Good power and bad power always coexist. One possibility may be to consider a statute making provision for the appointment of special prosecutors subject to some judicial supervision to investigate credible evidence of an abuse of power in high office along the lines that was provided for by the Ethics in Government Act, which was enacted in the United States in 1978 in response to the Watergate scandal, which some of you are old enough to remember. However, when one has regard to the nature of political corruption and corruption in general, it should also be clear that the criminal law is poorly designed to reach all corrupt acts for reasons I've explored. The Zondo Commission has also revealed how corruption became entrenched systemically over time in many state apparatuses and the interface with the private sector, which involved multiple highly placed and well-resourced actors engaged in a pattern of systematic abuse. What other measures are required to fight corruption effectively and proactively in addition to prosecution of individuals after the fact? We may well need, in addition, to establish an agency independent of the executive branch that can actively engage the public on an ongoing basis, mobilizing public awareness and action, as the PAC is doing here today, is going to be crucial in the fight against corruption. The agency must also be equipped with effective investigative and enforcement power, like powers of search and seizure, forensic auditing capabilities, and big data analytics to act proactively where there is credible evidence of corruption in public institutions like hospitals, government departments, local authorities, and so forth. And this is the rationale that informs the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Council. The rationale for an all-of-society comprehensive approach envisaged by the National Anti-Corruption Strategy adopted by Cabinet 2 years ago, and in terms of which the NACOC has recently been appointed by the President, should now be clear. This kind of presidential leadership is going to be critical in continuing the fight against corruption and state capture. I would like to introduce one of the councillors who's present. I don't see them all present, but Advocate Gloria Kumalo is with us. And if there are others here, I would like to introduce them. She's sitting in front over here. The NACAC has 6 pillars, which includes the promotion of an active citizenry, the professionalization of the public service, risk management in organizations, the establishment of dedicated anti-corruption agencies, whistleblower protection, and procurement reform. We are already hard at work. A secretariat has been established. There are work streams in place, and we are already working particularly hard. Implementation over the strategy over time is going to require determination, courage, and political will. It will also require intra-agency collaboration, joined-up government, and a partnership between government, the private sector, civil society, and the citizenry. By way of conclusion, nothing less than the future of our democracy and our ability to tackle our many developmental, long-term, and strategic challenges in an uncertain world is at stake. I'd like to end on a cautionary note. Fighting corruption is about the rule of law and about the restoration of integrity in public life. But it must be based on facts, not conjecture, the pursuit of accountability in the public interest, not private agendas aimed at tarnishing political opponents. We must act without fear or favor against malfeasance wherever and against whomever, but we must also act fairly on a rational basis and take care to ensure that anti-corruption is not weaponized as a smokescreen in political battles. This can further deepen distrust and divisions and undermine the fight against corruption. Indeed, weaken democracy itself. The fight against corruption must rather be aimed at restoring voice, agency, and a sense of possibility among all our people. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry, I hope I didn't overstay.
Thank you so much, Professor Kashalia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will try to gallop because time is against us. I just want to say at this point, we are going to be hearing from our Deputy Speaker of National Parliament, that is S.L. Tsinoli, the Member of Parliament, talking about turning the tide of corruption through effective parliamentary oversight. As we know, he was re-elected the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly into the 6th Parliament of the Republic, and he served in the previous one, as we know, but he hails from the Free State province. He's done a lot of work that I'm not going to be talking about because we all know about it, but fairly active both in the African National Congress but also in the South African Communist Party. He's been doing all these exciting things, but I must tell you that what is fairly remarkable is what we always observe about him and his capacity to handle the tough role that he has to play, which is very exciting because we always admire the manner in which he conducts himself. Ntate Tsinoli.
Thank you very much, Ntate Makan. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. One of my favorite leaders is the retired Max Sisulu. One day, he protests against one member rising to raise a point of order, and he says to her, "Order, you must listen to the speaker speak here. The speaker hardly speaks in this house." So when I say I appreciate the opportunity to speak, this is the context of that. I thought I should start by suggesting that the timing of this gathering is absolutely significant. Today, during the day sometime or towards the end of the day, there will be a declaration from the World Science Forum that we are hosting in the country. It's the first of its kind in the continent. And its theme was Science for Social Justice. So these questions of governance constitute part of what was debated during this period that we are talking about. When I looked at the UN material there. I remember that yesterday at 2 o'clock began the seminar on science and diplomacy. But the most important thing I want to raise, having seen the young person here, is the presence of global young scientists who argued for the establishment of this forum of young global scientists, saying that why should public policy people be listening to scientists who are approaching their retirement? This is their claim, okay? Instead of also listening to us young, energetic scientists emerging and so on. They are present there, and it's been quite a fascinating discourse, including between policymakers and scientists. The problem that often people in charge do not have conversations with scientists producing very significant information and knowledge to be deployed to solve complex societal problems. And this is what's going to come. Please do read that declaration when it comes out, find it, and engage with it. I thought I should say that, but I couldn't resist if someone asked, what has science got to do with the problems we're talking about today? I'm going to have not to declare some of the people I'm going to talk about because they may not like what I'm going to say. One young political advisor hears me tell his principal that a young Limpopo scientist designed a satellite that distinguishes Millis, as I saw on the film. You saw that? From Daha. And his response was swift. He says, sell out. Now, because that's an attempt to conceal what's planted there by planting it amongst millies and so on, so that the weed is not identified by the police and so on. So here comes the scientist, discovers a system to distinguish and so on. Science plays a crucial role in issues of governance. There are things that we must be able to deal with effectively. This subject we are talking about, because all of us have migrated also to cyberspace, do it there. And so unless we are absolutely clear and on our toes, including on that environment, we run the risk of, okay, I wanted to use this being World Football and stuff, Chibobu, being mesmerized by things we didn't see how it hit us. Because daily, some of these activities have now gone technological and so on. So it's crucial that we harness the public investment we do in science to deal with problems of governance. That's the first point I wanted to make. The second one is that we also, just before the Science Forum, we were hosting the APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism, which was created by the African Union to deal with problems of governance in the continent. And it's a voluntary mechanism. South Africa is one of those who volunteered that we would subject ourselves to scrutiny by our peers around the continent so that we fulfill the needs of the people in the country and in the world, generally speaking. A pioneering initiative took place in those 2 days just before this, which was putting together what they called an African Pan-African inter-party political initiative, so that political parties in the continent must begin to operate together to pursue a common platform, a common agenda. And I suspected, in fact, because it is about governance, there is no way in which these issues of corruption are not going to have to feature prominently in us as political parties agreeing on what we deal with it, how do we reverse it, how do we save public investment from the fingers of the corrupt and the greedy. And so that initiative is crucial. I raise it here and appreciate the presence of the UN family of organizations who are playing a very supportive role, but also globally, we think it's an important part that we must do ourselves. And let me also, finally, before I go into my speech, take my hat off, which I don't always wear. I don't wear it. In fact, to ZK Matthews Hall. Whoever named this place under ZK was very sharp. Although the man was unfortunately not able to go to Kliptown because of what students do at universities, now and then become chaotic. He had to go back there to go and calm down things, often for good reasons, by the way. So he was not able to go to Kliptown. It is him who suggested, learning from what is happening globally, that let's have a freedom charter to have the people themselves tell us what they would like to see happening when they are in charge. You reminded me of that day. It's a crucial tribute we must pay to the leadership that was played by people like him. I thought I should just say that having received the Zondo Commission report, Parliament's premier decision-making body, its executive committee, so to speak, is the Rules Committee, which is composed of it's a multi-party composed body led by the speaker and the chairperson in the NCOP. And so, because in order to look at the report and receive the report as presented to us by our research teams, we requested to follow the commission as it proceeds, and then present us with a program that we then designed additionally to respond to what needs to happen. What I'm going to do, I'm going to list some of the things that we agreed we should do. This constitutes an addition to what we call a review process. There are things that we've been doing that clearly also emerges from the Zondo Commission, which we must continue to do. That's number one. Because they are correct, some of them are under consideration. They had not yet been finalized, so that they are finalized to have effect on precisely on the anti-corruption issues that we are talking about, and maladministration, to add that. But secondly, what are the practices that we must stop because they don't serve us as Parliament and the legislative sector? I must add always that part of the legislative sector, in that we operate as Parliament with the 9 provinces on a quarterly basis in what we call the Speakers Forum. And what unites us is to look at what are we doing, for example, to advance accountability, to advance public engagement and participation, to advance legislative changes that are necessary, to advance capacity building and gender equality in the system as a whole. So that's what unites us as the entire legislative sector. So some of the recommendations that we are talking about would apply to the entire legislative sector. We have an opportunity to meet quarterly, during which time we share our experiences of all of these issues. For example, relationship between MECs and committees in the provinces, ministers and committees in the National Assembly and in the NCOP. Because tensions arise there often because of the exchange of very difficult issues that are raised in those spaces, that in which presiding officers, sometimes their political head offices, have to intervene to sort out the fights about what is the correct thing that should be done. Why are things not happening as expected, and so on. So what we are saying in this process I'm outlining is that we must also identify those things that we must stop because they're not serving us. And thirdly, what it is that we must start, because there are new things that we must take on board. Meaning, as I was saying earlier on, technology now makes certain things available to us. We, as the legislative sector, sit on huge databases. I came here to represent Parliament in a meeting to launch a supply chain African initiative here at UNISA, because I thought that this is the correct area to intervene and work with UNISA, because it represents a very crucial part of us doing oversight. If anybody should know better than anyone in the country about supply chains, it's Parliament and its engagement with various departments and the private and NGO sector about those issues. So we must be able to work together as the legislative sector and universities across the country. It's a crucial initiative that I think we must talk about more and follow its outcomes, because they will benefit to this anti-corruption program that we are talking about. I thought those 3 steps of what we must continue to do, what we must stop doing, and what we must start doing, because it's new, are crucial steps in the review that we are undertaking here. It's not just celebrating, it's also mapping out a series of steps that we must take. And the Zondo Commission falls into the little cup of what must start happening, but building on what has been going all along. And essentially what we are dealing with to deal with perpetrators of state capture, as an example, we talk about the criminal investigation and prosecutions. And we give examples of this because it's crucial to do that. And then asset recoveries. There are huge amounts that the institutions created to collect these monies from those who got them in a manner that is not appropriate. And the numbers are huge. Referrals to other state entities, agencies, and executive authorities, including referrals to professional, regulatory, and other bodies. I'll give examples of this later. And investigations by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, because it plays a very critical role in supporting work of the police. And then companies implicated in state capture. These two must be followed up. Some of them have already been given a hiding, so to speak, and then building the capacity of the criminal justice system in the overall. There are specific recommendations that have been identified for building the capacity of the justice system in its entirety. And then there are changes that are recommended to prevent future occurrences of state capture. I'm just going to, as I said earlier, list them, but I'll give examples later. The creation of a permanent anti-corruption commission and a public procurement anti-corruption agency. Now, what I'm stating here are things that are going to be considered in the various structures of Parliament and the appropriate committees. So we have not only referred matters to professional bodies, for example, the South African Law Commission as an example, and others, so that from a professional basis, they look at the professionals whose conduct went beyond what is expected of them in the manner in which they conducted themselves inside the public sector and outside of the public sector, so that they can invoke the authority they have over the continuing professional operation of such people. And then, of course, this area around procurement, changes that are necessary to facilitate this stopping corruption, stabilizing and introducing changes to manage the state-owned enterprises. The official name in the Companies Act is the state-owned companies. Enterprises is actually the wishes of others that they be enterprises, but they're called state-owned companies. The response to abuses by the private sector, this is an area that is also being dealt with, is being referred to appropriate bodies for managing. And then, of course, the changes that are necessary that have shown the intelligence agencies not to have acted appropriately, so that both the committee, for example, but also in the agencies themselves, wherever they are located, that these changes must be considered, must be looked at and handled so that we can effectively prevent corruption without sacrificing the necessary security that is always a key to the defense of our sovereignty. Without security, we can't be successful in that area. Protection, of course, and incentives for whistleblowers. This is receiving top priority in the appropriate structures for dealing with. And we talk about the, you've been aware of the changes in the South African Revenue Services that was decimated by state capture and so on. And some of those changes, for example, include the recall of the people who were fired, whistleblowers, who have now been called back to take their positions because it's been demonstrated clearly that they were taken out irresponsibly and wrongly. So SARS has been doing that. But there are other additional issues that the Chief Justice, in his different capacity then, raised questions that relates to tax and how to deal with tax matters. So SARS has been given the responsibility to look at those. And once that's been done, portfolio and select committees on finance, for example, will be looking at those for consideration, debate, and finalization. And then, of course, the others relate to the issues, measures to combat money laundering. The recent threat of our country being grey-listed or something of that sort also provided the pressure necessary to provide sufficient legislative interventions that will help with dealing with money laundering and other related issues and transactions that are illegal and so on. So some of these factors will be going into that one. The changes in the electoral system also are part of this, but this was also underway anyway. And then creating a criminal offense of abuse of power and constitutional or political malpractice. These are issues that have been put on the agenda for consideration and to introduce changes. The responsibility of the president and premiers for actions of ministers and MECs. This means that not only have we identified things we must do about the functioning of Parliament and how it undertakes its work, but also those functions and responsibilities that lie in the executive, that we've agreed that on a quarterly basis there will be interaction with the executive to monitor progress with implementation, the recommendation that comes from the Commission. And that's a crucial part of the overall work. And of course, in the relationship between the executive of Parliament, one of the things that has been ongoing here is Parliament as an arm of state needs to have sufficient capacity to undertake, for example, effective legislation. The quality of the people who deal with these issues originally were not what it turned out to be its major focus. So the need for building that capacity has been identified. And also in the budgeting process for the work of Parliament, some of the work is not cheap. It's quite intensive to have to undertake investigations and public hearings where it matters most, but also in a way that produces a result. So Parliament and other services that we're talking about, broadly speaking, needs to be financed. Cutting costs in a way that is problematic, that defeats developmental content of these institutions, increases our vulnerability rather than improve the quality of services. So this is what must be done and done carefully. Chairperson, Program Director, what we are doing reminds me of what I did to you just now. Let me conclude by saying that I have referred to what I promised I would show you, to the fact that not only these referrals have not only been done to specific professional bodies to report back to us, but also to select and portfolio committees to undertake work and report soon so that we can undertake the work that is required afterwards, where appropriate to put in some of the amendment to legislation or introduce new legislation. There are some of the recommendations that may not be accepted. Already some have been publicly spoken about, but this is as a result of the nature of some of the recommendations. They are in the area of political consideration. The design of the state and its configuration falls elsewhere, and so there will be such debates that takes in the parliamentary process, being a multi-party body, debates of those issues so that we don't also create problems of a political nature when what we want to stop is corruption in its tracks dead. Some of the comments we have made and that are being made in public, including through video clips about identification of wrong things, are interesting, saddening, but also are not helpful if they don't point out what's to be done. As they say in Gestalt community that I work with often, awareness without action leads to regret. Knowledge is not power unless that knowledge is used for appropriate reasons to bring about an improved quality of service, for example, in the instance of what we are talking about. So we can't be articulate in the identification of problems with an absence of action that must be taken by various stakeholders. Our interaction together, the relationship we have with one another, are crucial to take into consideration in mapping out actions that must be taken. A little bit of systems thinking will go a long way in helping us map out what needs to be done and be done effectively with resource partners. Partners come into partnership with various quality of resources, intellectual, economic, big pockets, and networks that they have to be able to ensure on the ground in our families where the campaign must begin, going upwards organizationally, that we stop corruption dead in its tracks. You can't keep quiet when your daughter or son comes in with a fancy gadget which you didn't buy. And they are not made to account for where it comes from. As soon as those simple, small things happen there, they go across the board. A camera is claimed, or a picture is claimed to show 1,000 words, rather. But it also conceals a similar amount. It depends on the focus of the photographer. If you're focusing on the politicos and the leadership, you'll see that very dramatized. But then in the process, you are not showing up the operational food soldiers on the ground who are doing things that are just out of this world that could have been stopped early. So it must go everywhere. We must be those photographers on the ground who complement each other to produce this thing and take it out from the roots. I agree, that's where we should go to. Thank you very much. I hope this was useful.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make a proposal here that as a result of time that is against us, that will be appropriate at this point, for us, as soon as we wrap up here, to break for tea and coffee. Some people say that you break your body, so I don't know what that means. But the bottom line is that it's an opportunity for leg stretching and some refreshments. The questions and comments, our Menti program is up and running, and our plan is to get into the next session that will be chaired by Ms. Bezede-Note, and then we'll have the opportunity for discussions after that next session. And what I want to say at this point in closing that we all know about the hocus pocus, of this skullduggery of corruption. And at this point, as we are talking here, it's becoming clear that we do have amongst us those who are masquerading, as corruption busters, while they're masquerading in that fashion, but they are gerrymandering. This is part and parcel of what one of our commissioners said. He will remain nameless at this point to say that there are interesting times where people will speak in a spirited fashion, but you find that as they exit from where they've been speaking, there are those fellows with black bags that they'll be having a conversation with, and then there'll be some kind of a transaction happening before they depart. Now you know there's something happening. Here is corruption. So those are kinds of things that we need to prevent. And I can tell you that having heard from Professor Kashalia, as well as our Deputy Speaker, Ntate Tsinoli, that the work that is currently underway gives us a glimmer of hope, as South Africans, that we are indeed attending to the scourge that is confronting us as a society. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be breaking for tea and coffee. I wanted to say that the time is very short. So what is going to be happening is that as we exit, there will be tea and coffee offered at the foyer, just in front of the Senate Hall. There will be a number of serving points so that we can move quickly on that. But the guests will then be taken to Mpebato in order to get their refreshments quickly. And then our plan is to be here at 11:45, that we should be seated by then. At 10 to 12. At 10 to 12, we should be seated here so that we can then proceed with the next session. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, can we get ready and get seated? Once the Chief Justice comes inside, we'll not allow anybody to come through the door. Yeah. Okay. No, I was just saying that.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to please settle down swiftly. I still see a lot of meetings in the passages, in the corridors. We have a very, very important session which we are proceeding to with our dignitaries of Advocate Madonsela and the Chief Justice. May you kindly settle down so that we can allow for the arrival of the Chief Justice. Thank you so much for cooperating, ladies and gentlemen. As we await the arrival of the Chief Justice, I must also enter into a social contract with you to say that we might be pushing a little bit of extra time in this session. It is indeed an opportunity which we must use to the maximum as the audience and ourselves as the Public Service Commission to convey the messages we want conveyed on very critical matters today. And so we apologize in advance that we are giving a bit of leeway in terms of time, but certainly you will see the value thereafter. And these are the flexibilities we have to negotiate on this day. Ladies and gentlemen, may you please rise for the entrance of Chief Justice Zondo. You may be seated. I have the singular honor of welcoming the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court, Justice Zondo. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and for honoring the invitation to the Public Service Commission. We are in session 4 of the program this afternoon. I will now be calling, session 3 of the program this afternoon. I will now be calling the facilitator for this session, Ms. Bezuidenhout, to take over and introduce the speakers and allow for this session to proceed. Ms. Bezuidenhout, a warm round of applause for the Chief Justice. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the esteemed guests that we have today. My name is Marissa Bezuidenhout, and I have spent the last quarter of a century working for the Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa. And I believe the moment today was so big for me, having found myself as a facilitator with two of my heroes in South Africa, that I'm starting to lose my voice. So I promise to keep it as short as possible, my introduction, but it is really my pleasure and my honor to welcome the two esteemed speakers that we have today in our midst. Professor Thuli Madonsela is going to address us first on governance, and later we are going to invite our Chief Justice to the fore. I would like to start by introducing just our topic for this session. Now, session 3 deals with the system of accountability. Now, anybody who is a public official or functions in the public sector knows very well what an accountability ecosystem is. Or if you are associated with civil society, or even an ordinary member of the public, you will have an interest in the accountability ecosystem. Now, there may be many definitions of an ecosystem, but in very simple terms, ladies and gentlemen, the accountability ecosystem really refers to a network of stakeholders. And this network of stakeholders consists of multiple players, each with a mandate and with responsibility to drive, to deepen, and to insist on public sector accountability. Now, this mandate responsibility can either be vested in legislation, or it can be purely a moral or a moral obligation. Now, once society sets itself to achieve a phenomenally big and a profound goal, for example, rooting out corruption in society, this task is too big for a single player in the accountability ecosystem, or for only a handful of players in the ecosystem. It really requires every single stakeholder, every single role player to come to the party, to execute its mandate, to use its resources the best of its possibility to fight and to achieve that goal. And the same applies to a goal to root out corruption. Now, we do know that if accountability is weakened in one of the role players in the ecosystem, it weakens the entire system. And that is not what we want. And today we have the privilege of having these two distinguished guests and speakers to talk to us about specific matters relating to accountability in South Africa. Our first speaker is going to tell us what are the important things or aspects or factors that must be put in place to enhance governance. Professor Thuli Madonsela, I have the pleasure of just briefly go through your profile today. Professor Madonsela is a professor at law, and she currently occupies the Law Trust Research Chair in Social Justice at the Stellenbosch University, beautiful town where she is currently residing. She's also the founder of the Tuma Foundation of Democracy, Leadership and Literacy, and a member of the African Academy of Science. Not only is Professor Madonsela a formidable former public protector of South Africa and full-time law commissioner, she's also one of the drafters of our constitution. And she's a co-architect and drafter of several of the constitutionally mandated laws, which include our Equality Act, our Employment Equity Act, and one of the thorns in the sides of a public sector official often can be the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. Not an easy act to always work with. Professor Madonsela has an extensive background in applied constitutional and administrative law principles, mainly due to her public service years and her investigation of improper conduct in the state affairs as the public protector. Professor Thuli helped drafting several international human rights instruments as well as country reports. She's currently a law professor, as mentioned, at the University of Stellenbosch, where she teaches constitutional law, social justice law, administrative law, constitutional governance, and ethical leadership. She has written and published extensively on these matters. An advocate of the High Court of South Africa and honorary member of the Botswana Bar, Professor Madonsela holds no less than 8 honorary law doctorates. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to her normal law degrees. She won also more than 70 awards already. Professor Madonsela has also mastered probably one of the most difficult tasks in life, and that is being a mother. She is mom of 2, and in her free time, an avid mountaineer who has summited, ladies and gentlemen, Kilimanjaro not once, but twice, under the hashtag Trek for Mandela campaign and for the Social Justice Implan. She regularly hikes for the hashtag Action for Inclusion campaign, which is a noble quest to end student debt. Ladies and gentlemen, let's really put together our hands for a phenomenal woman, Professor Thuli Madonsela.
Thank you for that very, very kind introduction. To my colleagues at the Public Service Commission and partners, thank you for the privilege of being here today. I would like to greet you all on my own behalf and on behalf of the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. A special greeting to the Chief Justice, Justice Raymond Zondo, not because he's the Chief Justice, because he's just arrived and everyone else was already greeted. So I do work in social justice, and I am very careful about not elevating anyone above others. As indicated, I'm here to present on what measures need to be put in place to improve governance. And the talk is titled, Combating Corruption Seriously. In other words, I'm drawing a relationship between good governance and combating corruption as part of pushing back against corruption, which seemingly is a formidable foe against all countries. Incidentally, today, being International Anti-Corruption Day, colleagues are gathering all over the world to talk about corruption. I am a member of the International Anti-Corruption Commission Council. We organize an anti-corruption conference every 2 years. It's a global conference. And as we were preparing for this one that is taking place currently in Washington, we asked ourselves, with all of these conferences and all of these efforts, including money that is being pumped into anti-corruption efforts, why is it that corruption seems to be gaining more ground? It is against that background that I have decided to talk about the relationship between corruption and governance and why accountability, beyond accountability for corrupt activities, is essential. Corruption is a social injustice. It undermines fairness to all. It does this by skewing the benefits of social cooperation in favor of those that use or benefit from the use of entrusted power for personal gain, thus undermining the equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms in and between societies as dictated by social justice. Corruption is also a crime whose impact primarily undermines democracy, making it a major threat to the rule of law, justice, sustainable democracy, and peace. Corruption is at the core of our troubled world. Corruption is at the core of our troubled world, at the center of which is a polarized world and the climate justice crisis. In a paper that I presented recently to the World Congress on Constitutional Law, I've argued that to push back more meaningfully against corruption, we have to rethink democracy, re-democratize democracy, because the thing we call democracy has lots and lots of tyrannical practices, and the very reasons why people in Greece, in Athens, looked to democracy was to end tyranny. It was to end the social injustice where a small group decided for everyone, split the burdens unevenly, placing more burdens on those who were not at the seat of power, and split the benefits of living together and the benefits of social cooperation unevenly, giving itself the lion's share. So democracy was supposed to make sure that nobody gets the lion's share of benefits and no group gets a donkey's share of burdens. When we met recently at that conference where I spoke about really the focus being rethinking democracy and redemocratizing it, I contrasted in South Africa the day when Nelson Mandela met with the people of Sharpeville. On 10 December, we just adopted our constitution, and he spoke about never again, I'm not going to give you the codes to save time, never again shall any group be tyrannically oppressed by another, and he promised them that the fruits of struggle were going to soon be experienced by then. Has anybody been to Sharpeville recently? You don't have to go to Sharpeville. Just go to Constitution Hill. You'll find women under an organization called Kulumani. They're camping there. Sorry, Chief Justice, because I know with the Constitutional Court, you're not the public protector, where you can do an own investigation. Those people were victims of apartheid atrocities, or the descendants of victims, some of them, and they were promised, after the TRC decided in their favor that they were going to get certain benefits. They're now camping there for those benefits. Why are things like that important? Let's go back to corruption. So on the one hand, we are saying corruption is related to good governance, and then we have a situation in Cornhill where people are seemingly asking for things that Nelson Mandela promised on December 10, which will be December 10, International Human Rights Day, tomorrow. And here we are fighting for corruption. Here's the deal. A lot of the times when we fight against corruption, the very people that have stolen from our people, the very people that stole money for PPEs. I thought I'd seen it all when I had to investigate a theft of money at the funeral of former President Nelson Mandela. I thought I had seen it all when a colleague from the US spoke about how thugs stole money meant for victims of September 11 and to repay institutions. But when COVID hit us and people stole that money, I was shocked beyond measure. But what's shocking me even is that we will see now as we move forward with our democracy that some people who are implicated in PPE money theft will get support. So ask yourself, why do people get support? It is because the fruits of ending corruption should contribute to the fruits of democracy, which is people come into democracies in order to have a better life. Corruption, according to Kofi Annan, when he introduced the UN Convention Against Corruption, is an insidious plague that has a wide range of corrosive effects on societies. It undermines democracy and the rule of law, leads to violations of human rights, distorts markets, erodes the quality of life, and allows organized crime, terrorism, and other threats to humanity to flourish. This evil phenomenon is found in all countries, big and small, rich and poor. But it is the developing world that its effects are more destructive. Corruption hurts the poor disproportionately by diverting funds intended for development, undermining a government's ability to provide basic services, feeding inequality and injustice, and discouraging foreign aid and investment. Corruption is a key element in economic underperformance and a major obstacle to poverty alleviation. Here is part of the problem, is that we've framed corruption primarily as a crime against the poor. So the average person does not realize that corruption, particularly corruption such as state capture, is at the heart of democracy. But even small corruption, such as bribing a traffic officer, such as bribing a home affairs officer, has two components to it. The first one is that it's favoring one person over another, and that's a social injustice. But secondly, often the reason people participate in corruption is because democracy is rigged. There's no democratic access to opportunities, to resources, to privileges, to benefits. And there's an unequal share of the burdens of living together, primarily on the shoulders of those who are historically oppressed, whether we're talking women, people with disabilities, ethnic minorities in certain countries. And in this country, the majority of black people are sitting like Sharpeville people and saying, when will the unequal distribution of power between black and white people be addressed? When will the unequal distribution of power between women and men be addressed? When will the unequal distribution of power between the working class and those who own the means of production be addressed? And then I talked to you about some of the corruption scandals in the world. 25, we feature among them. So one of the 25 scandals that shook the world is our scandal, and it's the Gupta scandal. Why is the Gupta scandal important? It's because how the Guptas worked with the Zuma family to capture the heart of democracy is something that should horrify every South African. Every South African should worry not just about the fact that money was siphoned. They had lovely weddings, they've got big houses all over the world. Every South African would say, we voted for people to go to parliament, to make laws, to then select among them the best to become the executives, and those to then have a public service. We expected that everything would be done evenly. There would be fairness to all, as John Rule says. That's what I expect our people to be worried about. So the question is, why were they not worried? You remember when we did the investigation as public protector, the Guptas and the Zuma family hired a PR firm in London to come up with a campaign on white monopoly capital, which caught fire. Yes, somebody just told me that it only caught fire on Twitter, that the average person knows the truth, but it did strike a chord with some of our middle-class people. So why did it do so? Because people are feeling that the system is still rigged. I just want to talk to you very quickly about corruption. Robert Klitgard says corruption is monopoly plus discretion minus accountability. But at the core of corruption is systemic governance failure. And so part of it is grievance. Studies have been shown that when people are grieved, they tend to be lax in terms of abiding with rules and in terms of maintaining those rules. And there's even quotes. I've got one about when the law is unjust, then it's moral. It's morally correct to obey that law. And our laws, in terms of the Constitution, our Constitution is one of the best in the world, but it is at the risk of becoming what they call a Potemkin Constitution, which is a charade. A beautiful village that was built that didn't exist was a portable village. Somebody built a village to just fool a woman so that the woman could fall in love with him. So we've got this constitution that looks beautiful. It's been celebrated by many, including including justice, a justice of the Supreme Court of the U.S. It's quoted in the EU courts. Our constitutional court has been amazing in implementing that constitution, and I have various jurisprudence in that. But courts are not enough to make sure that there's accountability. So we have rule ambiguity in certain cases, home affairs rules where people are not able to get what they really deserve. And then what do? They resort to corruption. Opacity. I want you to go with me to Section 84 of our Constitution. Section 84 of our Constitution gives our president powers, and these are the powers that have been given to presidents since the dawn of democracy. Our president is responsible for, Section 84.2 says, 84.2b, referring bills back to the National Assembly for consideration of the bill's constitutionality, and then C, referring a bill to the Constitutional Court for a decision on the bill's constitutionality. So why is it that Chapter 5 of the Equality Act is still not implemented? It was never referred to Parliament. It was never referred to the Constitutional Court for constitutionality. It's sitting there. We talk about state capture. What happened in South Africa is the most egregious form of state capture, where the president of the country and one family captured the state. And I don't think it was about money. I think it was about subverting the rule of law. So I have no quarrels with that, and I think we have to fight it. But there's also soft capture. Those who have access to levers of power, those who are able to stop laws from being implemented. And then we are all together now having a democratic crisis because our democracy is not delivering as required. So there must be both accountability for that, and there must also be accountability for straight state capture of the kind that we saw. So Nelson Mandela said even the most benevolent of countries, of governments, has within it people with propensities for human failings. And that's why we've had these institutions of accountability. But I'm saying we don't have enough institutions of accountability, because if they were enough, we wouldn't be having the people of Sharpeville still waiting for their life to look better. We wouldn't be having the Kulumani women at Cornhill. So what do we need to do is re-democratize democracy. For example, in South Africa, our constitution clearly asks us or commits us to become a social democracy. So who should we be looking for answers? Sweden, Denmark, and all of those countries that are social democracies. And that's why do I say the Constitution enjoins us to transform into a social democracy? It says we adopted to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, where every citizen's life is improved and every person's potential is improved. And then from that, you can dictate 5 issues that we should be seeing, and that since we adopted the Constitution. Democratic values. So we should be seeing more democratic governance, different from what we saw under apartheid, insular. We should be seeing a progressive move towards social justice, not regressing, where our Gini coefficient has gone the other way. We are almost at 70 with our Gini coefficient. We should be seeing an advancement of human rights for everyone, equal enjoyment of human rights for everyone, which is a requirement, which we are enjoined to do according to the Constitutional Court in Minister of Finance versus Van Heerden, in the Constitutional Court in Batusta, in the Constitutional Court in Mahlangu versus Minister of Labour. To those in government, I'm going to say to you, let's stop having the Constitutional Court being the one reminding us which law needs to be passed to tip the scale in favor of equality and in favor of the poor. You can look at all of those socioeconomic rights cases, the TAC cases, the equal education cases, Mahlangu. All of these cases point to the fact that we're not governing constitutionally some of the time. Not some, a lot of the time we are, but some of the times. And we need to remember that justice is essential for societies, Adam Smith saw that, but John Rawls says justice is the first virtue of social institutions, as truth is to systems of thought. A theory, however elegant and economical, must be rejected or revised if it's untrue. Likewise, laws and institutions, no matter how efficient and well-arranged, must be reformed or abolished if they're unjust. And that's my message to those who think that a country is an economy. A country is not an economy, it's a social enterprise. People get into a country for their welfare. Money or the economy is supposed to be used efficiently and effectively for the welfare of everyone. And John Rawls says it's unjust to say the majority can suffer so that a few can survive. Or a minority can suffer so that the majority can survive. And so we really need to adhere to the Constitution. What am I proposing then going forward is that when we think about accountability, let's not confine our accountability for transgressions. I am concluding that, Chief Justice, one of the reasons state capture was enabled was because of the fault lines in our democratic project. I talk about, yes, there are personal drivers, need to greed. There are personal grievances, grievance to greed, but the system needed to hold. So to make the system hold, here's what I'm putting forward. One, let's start with constitutional governance. Let no one feel like the hunchback of Sparta and feel that if this democracy is not working for me, then I don't care who steals it, because that's how some people are feeling. So let's start with constitutional governance, those 3 pillars. Democratic governance, social justice, and fundamental human rights, where everyone's potential is freed and every citizen's life is improved. So those 5 things, let's see them starting. So what do? We need stronger accountability, and here's what I'm suggesting for stronger accountability: whistleblower protection. A whole lot of whistleblower, including Williams, who's now a stranger in his own land and in exile. Let's make sure that we prioritize the implementation of the finalization of a new Protected Disclosures Act with a broader ambit, but more importantly, making sure that whistleblowers do not suffer financial loss unnecessary. As part of that, I'm recommending also that we professionalize investigators. Investigators decide the fate of our nation, the fate of individuals, but they're one of the few professionals that are not regulated. That include an institution I once headed. The public sector is regulated, but the investigators are not part of any profession as investigators. And I think that is extremely important that those institutions. Thank you. I'm also going to propose something that I learned from the constitutional lawyers that were gathering at the University of Johannesburg, and they're still gathering, is that we need a Venice-styled commission to support Parliament. Because part of the reason things are slowing down when it comes to constitutional governance is that a lot of people do not understand the meaning of some of the provisions of our Constitution. And the Constitutional Court has helped with constitutional court cases. The Commission could then unpack all of the jurisprudence and say, according to the Constitutional Court, for example, we have a duty to advance equality. According to the Constitutional Court, so that would be Minister of Finance versus Van Heerden. According to the Constitutional Court, once you have just heard that there's something wrong that's happening, you don't even have to go to Section 34(1) of PRECA. Minister of MEC, I'm sorry, Kumalo versus MEC for Education, KZN, tells you once you have been told that something is going wrong, it's your duty to act. So that would have to be then integrated in the law. I'm also suggesting that this Venice-style commission should plug the gap between the role of the public protector in following up on remedial action and the Commission of Inquiry. Because the Commission of Inquiry is gone now, but who then makes sure that there's a follow-up on remedial action? Who makes sure that they assist Parliament in unpacking? And for this, I'm grateful to Honorable Tsinoli for indicating that Parliament is moving in the direction of doing something about the follow-up of remedial action, and I do know that from the presidency, something is happening too. I also suggest that we simplify PRECA. It had already been flagged by the team as a protector. It's one of the most complicated anti-corruption statutes. I mean, we're fighting, well, we're not fighting, we're all arguing about what does this mean right now. But for me, it's just, what is corruption? We need every child to know that corruption goes beyond bribery. We need everyone to know that at the core of corruption is exchange of favors in a manner that betrays entrusted power. And that favor need not be a bribe. It could be somebody giving your wife a job, giving your child a tender, giving your child a share in a company, giving you a holiday abroad. All of this comes in case law, even giving you a bag of chicken. All of this comes from the State Capture Commission. So, but we need to simplify it. A law is useless if people don't know when it's being transgressed. Laws are important to shape the thinking in society, to add to the values of society. And therefore, the Venice Commission could also help working with others, with the Anti-Corruption Commission, to make sure that this is done. The Venice Commission is not about corruption, it's about constitutional governance and accountability, pulling everything together and making sure that Parliament is assisted. And if you want to read about the Venice Commission, you can do so. Secondly, or second but last, is place democracy at the center of our anti-corruption quest, and also place social justice. Let's tell people that corruption is a violation of social justice. Let's tell people that corruption doesn't just steal money. Corruption corrodes democracy. And state capture, being the most odious form of corruption, blatantly undermined democracy. And we're still struggling to rebuild institutions of democracy. And lastly, let's institutionalize knowledge about democracy and I end with supporting my colleague and former mentor, one of my former mentors, Feroz Kachalia, is we need a new deal on socio-economic justice in this country. If we don't get that, we will not make progress on many issues around implementing our beautiful constitution, and it will continue to be seen by others as a Pockhampton village. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really think that deserves another round of applause, please. Professor Tuli, thank you so much for not only spending the time with us, but also for reminding us that corruption is really a social injustice, and for reminding us that corruption is a crime that can seriously risk stability and accountability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Madonsela really took us through a very visual explanation of what needs to be done to strengthen accountability, because we understand now, and we've learned to come to understand in South Africa, that the moment you have weakened governance practices or weakened accountability, that creates a fertile environment for corruption to fester. And I don't think there is many people in South Africa that can really talk to us in so much detail about the impact of corruption on society than our own Chief Justice. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, during his 4 years as the chairperson of the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture, he witnessed firsthand the eye-watering extent of corruption in South Africa. We are so pleased, Chief Justice, to have you with us today. And before I welcome you to the stage, I would like to just share with our audience the phenomenal profile of our Chief Justice. Justice Raymond M.M. Zondo was born in Nqopo in KwaZulu-Natal, and he is married, still happily married with his wife and 4 children. We believe he's happily married after state captures 4 years. He attended the St. Mary Seminary, where he matriculated. He studied law at the University of Zululand and then later at the University of South Africa. He holds numerous degrees, ladies and gentlemen. He obtained a B.Juris degree at the University of Zululand. He holds an LLB from the University of Natal, and then he holds 3 LLMs, all of them from the University of South Africa. The first cum laude in labor law. His second was specialization in commercial law, and then he even holds an LLM degree in patent law. So Justice Zondo served part of his articles under the late Mrs. Victoria Mxenge in the latter's law firm in Durban. After her assassination by apartheid agents, Justice Zondo ceded his articles to Mthembu and Partners and later to Chenels Alberton Attorneys. After admission as an attorney, he became a partner in the Durban law firm, Mate and Zondo Incorporated, in which he practiced for a number of years before he was appointed as a judge. He also served on a part-time basis as a mediator and arbitrator. Now, in 1991 and 1992, Justice Zondo served in 2 committees of the Commission of Inquiry regarding the prevention of public violence and intimidation, which investigated violence in South Africa during the early 1990s. For those of us who are a little bit younger, I see there are young people in the audience, that is commonly known as the Goldstone Commission. In 1994, Justice Zondo was appointed as a member of the Ministerial Task Team for the drafting of the Labour Relations Bill for post-apartheid South Africa. With certain amendments, that bill was later passed as the Labour Relations Act of 1995. In 1996, he was appointed as the first chairperson of the governing body of the CCMA, for which position he resigned upon being appointed as a judge. With effect from February 1997, Justice Zondo was appointed as an acting judge of the Labour Court until he was appointed as judge of the Labour Court in that same year later. Early in 1999, he was appointed as the judge of the then Transvaal Provincial Division of the High Court in Pretoria, and with effect from August in that same year, he was appointed as the acting judge president of the Labour Appeal Court and Labour Court. Shortly thereafter, in May 2000, he was appointed as the judge president for the Labour Appeal and the Labour Court, and that is where he served a period of 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. When he was judge president, Justice Zondo served in various ad hoc committees established by the heads of court. These included a committee chaired by Chief Justice Pius Langa at the time, which drew up a document to be used by the judiciary in dealing with complaints about racism and sexism in the judiciary. He also served in committees chaired by Justice President Ngwepe, which was established by the heads of court to organize the first and second conferences of judges in post-apartheid South Africa. Justice Zondo also chaired a committee of the heads of court which looked into the use of official languages in court. After completing his term of office as judge president in 2010, Justice Zondo returned to the North Gauteng Division of the High Court and resumed his duties as a judge of that court. With effect from 1 November 2011, Justice Zondo was appointed as the acting judge of the Constitutional Court until 31st of May 2012, and as the judge of the Constitutional Court on 1 September 2012. In June 2017, Justice Zondo was appointed as the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. But then we all know in January 2018, many things changed when he was appointed as the chairperson of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. Effective from 1 April 2022, Justice Zondo was appointed as the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. Justice Zondo has published various articles and has written chapters in 3 books. In March 2011, Justice Zondo was honored by the KZN Legal Forum, consisting of many legal bodies, with an award for his contribution to human rights realization in South Africa. And on top of all these remarkable achievements, Justice Zondo currently serves as the Chancellor of his alma mater, the University of Zululand. Ladies and gentlemen, what a privilege to welcome to the floor our Chief Justice, Raymond Zondo.
You may be seated. Thank you very much, Program Director. Professor Somadoda Figeni, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and Commissioners, Mr. S.L. Zinoli, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Professor Thuli Madonsela, Law Professor, University of Stellenbosch, and former Public Protector, Mr. B. Njanabangi, Country Representative, United Nations Population Fund, Directors General in attendance, Advocate Motibi, Special Investigative Unit, Advocate A. Johnson, Head Investigating Directorate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sanbonan. Dumelang. Thank you. It is for me a great honor and privilege to be part of this conference this afternoon and to have been invited to address you. I do hope that you had a very successful day yesterday as you deliberated on various topics under the theme, the cost of failure of governance and ethics in the public service, a response to the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. I take this opportunity to thank the Public Service Commission, the University of South Africa, and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for inviting me to be part of this conference. The program reflects my topic as, and I quote, reflecting on the impact of corruption on society and the role of the judiciary, close quotes. The conference takes place just over 5 months since I handed over the last parts of the report of the State Capture Commission to the President of the Republic on 22 June 2022. It also takes place just over a month after President Ramaphosa addressed the nation on his response to the State Capture Commission's report and recommendations on 23 October 2022. Interestingly, it also takes place on the 9th of December 2022, which is exactly 1 month short of 5 years since President Zuma announced the establishment of the State Capture Commission and my appointment as its chairperson on 9 January 2018. So 9 January 2023 will mark exactly 5 years since the appointment of the commission. For 3 years, from August 2018 to August 2021, South Africans were able to watch the proceedings of the Commission and to hear all the evidence on state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector that was presented to the Commission, some of which was deeply shocking. It has been said that the Commission was a mirror in which we as South Africans were able to see ourselves. If the face we saw in that mirror was our face, then, quite frankly, we are ugly. Because in that mirror, we saw the real face of state capture, corruption, and fraud in our country. As I said, the program reflects that I must address you on the impact of corruption on society and the role of the judiciary. But I hope that, Professor Figeni, I will be forgiven if I use part of the time given to me to also deal with some of the matters that I think are important in addition to dealing with the matter that has been reflected in the program. When one wants to talk about the impact of corruption on society, it is easy for one to use the work of the Commission to talk about the impact of corruption on society. Because, as I have said, it's just over 5 months since I presented to the President the last parts of the report of the Commission. And I propose to refer to a few SOEs to talk about the impact of corruption on society. And it seems to me that probably the best place to start with, in the context of the evidence that was heard by the Commission, is at PRASA. PRASA is a very important state entity that was established in order to provide very essential transport to the people of South Africa, particularly poor people. But PRASA has not been able to provide a safe and reliable transport service to poor people in our country. And corruption and maladministration and incompetence and mismanagement have a lot to do with that inability. PRASA is that entity where, as corruption was raging over a number of years, the Portfolio Committee on Transport in Parliament, which had a constitutional duty to oversee what was happening at PRASA, was not interested in overseeing what was happening at PRASA, and was not interested in asking very pertinent questions in order to turn around the tide of corruption at PRASA. I'm saying nothing new from what I've said in the Commission's report on PRASA. PRASA is the state entity where a board that was committed to fight corruption found no support from the Portfolio Committee on Transport in Parliament. PRASA is the state entity where the chairperson of that board, who was determined to fight corruption and who is a veteran of the ruling party, went to the top 6 of the ruling party to say to them, corruption is rife at PRASA. I'm trying to fight it. Please help me. They did not help him. PRASA is the entity where a board that was fighting corruption took files and took them to the Hawks, many files, laid criminal complaints, and asked the Hawks to investigate corruption that had happened. Way back 2015, 2016, to date, the Hawks have not finished their investigation. PRASA is the entity where this board that I'm talking about, that was committed to fighting corruption, decided when they realized that the Hawks were not doing anything about the investigations, went to court to force the Hawks to do their job. And when they had left, nobody else seems to have pursued those efforts. PRASA is the entity where Professor Madonsela, as public protector, issued that report called Derailed, which contained numerous adverse findings about maladministration in that entity. But as at the time that I was writing my report, my information was that the recommendations that had been made in that report, or at least many of them, had not been implemented. And nobody seems to ask the question, why not? PRASA is the entity where for 6 years there was no permanent CEO. And the various ministers of transport seemed to have no problem with that. PRASA is the entity where after 6 years, a CEO was appointed in 2021, February or March. And then before the end of 12 months, he was suspended and later dismissed. When he took his dismissal dispute to arbitration, a retired senior judge of the Supreme Court of Appeal said there was no valid reason for him to be dismissed, and said it looked like there was some other agenda why he was dismissed, and he ordered that he be reinstated. He was not reinstated. He was then dismissed for another reason. Recently, I think an acting CEO has been appointed. Another acting CEO has been appointed. The question arises, why these very strange features at PRASA? PRASA is the entity where for 5 years, irregular expenditure was going up. It went up from 500 million in the first year, I think up to about 20 billion after 5 years. And it was like there was nobody asking the questions, why do you not stop this expenditure? So the question arises, why is it that people who are supposed to see to it that PRASA operates properly are not doing their job? Because they don't do their job, the people suffer because corruption is continuing. Many of you would have heard recently that the Minister of Transport announced that it had been discovered that I think there were more than 3,000 or about 3,000 non-existent workers who had been on the payroll of PRASA, ghost employees. At this stage, I think it's not known how long PRASA may have been paying these ghost employees. Why is this all happening? Where was that money going? PRASA is that entity where the Commission had evidence that an investigator, who was an auditor, was trying to follow money that came from PRASA, was stopped by the Hawks from finishing his job. By the time the commission finished its work, it didn't know where that money ended because the Hawks stopped him. The effect and the impact of corruption at PRASA is seen and felt on the ground by ordinary people who need to use trains. I can refer to other evidence in the commission. Denel is one of the entities that the commission dealt with. Once upon a time, Denel was an envy of the world. It was run properly. It was respected internationally. And the chairperson of the board of Denel, which was in charge from 2010, 2011 to 2014, gave evidence which showed how well Denel was doing at that time. Then there was a new board in 2014, and then things changed. The commission's report deals with that, what type of people had been appointed there, and what happened. And of course, we know that Denel has had difficulties even to pay its own staff, its workers. That's how workers are feeling the impact of corruption and state capture at Denel. I can refer you to the 1 billion rand housing project in the Free State, where more than 500 houses were supposed to have been built. But in the end, the MEC who was in charge at the time for housing, Mr. Msebenzi Zwane, could not give any evidence which showed that more than 50 houses, to his knowledge, had been built. And yet, all the money had gone. The people who were supposed to be given houses were left without houses. I can refer you to the asbestos project of the Free State government, where Mr. Sodi's company was given the job of removing asbestos from houses in the townships without any processes being followed. And more than 250 million rand was paid, but there were no houses where asbestos had been removed. That's how corruption impacts on ordinary people. It affects their lives deeply. It affects their jobs deeply. But we know also from the Commission what happened at Transnet and what happened at Eskom. We know also what happened in the Free State, in the project, in the Free Dairy project. We know, for example, how local farmers in the Free State who were supposed to have benefited from that project were actually sidelined. We know how taxpayers' money was put at risk when the provincial government put 30 million rand into a company that had no experience in this type of job, that only had 16 rand in its bank account the previous day. We know how corruption at SAA has affected the people of South Africa. What happened at SAA is not something that happened overnight. It happened over a long period of time. And it's like people were supposed to keep an eye on whether SAA was working, were either asleep or were onto some other project, and they were not bothered by its decline year after year. Of course, until the provisional liquidation that happened. Through corruption, millions of rands meant for many are stolen by a few who are selfish, greedy, and who do not care about the welfare and the interests of the people. Unfortunately, some of those who participate in corruption in our country are those who pretend to be dedicated to the upliftment of the people. Money that is stolen from the people through corruption is money that would have been used to build schools, clinics, hospitals, roads, bridges, and generally to ensure development in our communities. Money that is stolen through corruption is money that could have been used to pay reasonable salaries for nurses, doctors, police, and other employees in the public service. It is money that could have been used to assist unemployed graduates and other young people to obtain training that would give them skills that could help them start small businesses. In our country, we still have mud schools in rural areas. We still have many schools that have no laboratories. We have too many schools which have no proper toilets. We have too many schools which do not have qualified maths and science teachers. We need to stop corruption so that money can be used to address these very serious needs in our society. In volume 3 of part 6 of the Commission's report, the Commission detailed various amounts, large amounts, which were paid out to the Guptas or their associates as part of state capture. That volume of the report reflects that an amount of over 57 billion rand was disbursed by organs of state in expenditure tainted by state capture. A complete breakdown is given in the report, and it was pointed out in the report that 97% of the total expenditure tainted by state capture related to Eskom and Transnet. All this money could have been used for the benefit of the people of South Africa. One cannot talk about the impact of corruption on society without talking about whistleblowers and about people who might not be whistleblowers in the true sense, but who made a significant contribution during the years that were reviewed by the Commission. People who resisted wrongdoing, people who resisted state capture, people who said no and risked losing their jobs and actually did lose their jobs. If we are to stand any chance of making a serious dent on corruption, we need to ensure that whistleblowers and those people who stand for what is right in the face of serious attempts at corrupting them and getting them to take part in corruption and state capture, they need to be protected. And we need to make sure that if, as a result of their efforts, the country recovers money that has been taken away from the people of South Africa through corruption, that they get some percentage of it. That is part of what the Commission has recommended. But corruption even undermines our constitutional democracy, our constitutional order. And allow me, Program Director, to read a quotation from a judgment of the Constitutional Court, which I think puts this better than I could have hoped to put it. This is what the court said, and I quote, "There can be no gainsaying that corruption threatens to fell at the knees virtually everything we hold dear and precious in our hard-won constitutional order. It blatantly undermines the democratic ethos, the institutions of democracy, the rule of law, and the foundational values of our nascent constitutional project. It fuels maladministration and public fraudulence and imperils the capacity of the state to fulfill its obligations to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill all the rights entrenched in the Bill of Rights. When corruption and organized crime flourish, sustainable development and economic growth are stunted. And in turn, the stability and security of society is put at risk. This deleterious impact of corruption on societies and the pressing need to combat it concretely and effectively is widely acknowledged in public discourse, in our own legislation, in regional and international conventions, and in academic research. Corruption is a serious threat to our fundamental rights. Corruption undermines our efforts to create an environment that will allow everyone to realize their full potential. Corruption compounds inequality in society. Corruption is a threat to society. Corruption must be fought wherever we see it. We must all come together to fight corruption and uproot it from society and from the workplace. The Constitutional Court also had this to say, and I quote, "Perhaps the fullest recital of the insidious scourge of corruption on society and the need to prevent and eliminate it is to be found in our own domestic legislation. The preamble to PRECA records that corruption and related corrupt activities undermine rights, the credibility of governments, the institution and values of democracy, and ethical values and morality, and jeopardizes the rule of law." That is part of the impact that corruption has in our society. And it is important that all of us must realize that corruption is an enemy of all those who envisage a society that is based on the values that are set out in our Constitution. Corruption ensures that a few become rich at the expense of the collective. At this stage, Program Director, allow me to digress a bit from the topic and say, when the Commission started, one of the primary questions that I was alive to was that if at the end of the work of the Commission was not able to come up with recommendations about what measures should be taken to make sure that state capture did not happen again, whatever else the Commission may have succeeded in doing would not be enough. Because after the end of the work of the Commission and looking back at the revelations that were made, all of us should say, this should never, ever happen again. But we must not mislead ourselves. We must not say it will never happen again when we don't have a clear plan that will make sure it doesn't happen again. We must never mislead ourselves and say it will never happen again if the foundation that provided a fertile ground to state capture in the first place is still there. We need to say, what are all of those things that made state capture happen, that facilitated it? Where did we go wrong? While it is important to point at certain people, we must also ask ourselves as individuals and as collectives and say, did we do enough? Because we all saw at different times what was happening. We all saw, maybe one saw today, another one realized in a week's time, in a month's time, or the following year, but at some stage we became aware. Some of us could have done something. We must ask ourselves, what is it that we could have done? And why should we not do it to make sure that state capture doesn't happen again? And the other question is whether if state capture were to happen, would we do the right thing? And on this, I would be very happy if Parliament is able to come out in due course and say, this is what we did wrong last time, which prevented us from stopping state capture when we could have. But this time, we will do things differently. Therefore, it won't happen again. That is very important. The ruling party also needs to ask itself questions. What is it that it should have done and didn't do, which enabled state capture to happen the way it happened. In the report, I referred to the meeting of the NEC where Mr. Mbalula stood up and very courageously told everybody about his conversation with one of the Gupta brothers when he said he was to be appointed as minister. And his evidence and the evidence of some of the people who were present amounted to saying actually he found no support. He found no support. And yet he was saying there is a problem here. Three bosses of the State Security Agency approached the former president and the then Minister of State Security and said the Guptas must be investigated. They were not given an environment that allowed them to investigate. Maybe if they had been allowed, state capture might not have happened. The ruling party's own integrity committee, in 2013, this was Mr. Mantashe's evidence before the commission, issued a recommendation to the NEC of the ruling party that President Zuma should step down because it's clear that they could see what was happening. That recommendation was ignored. And if it had not been ignored, maybe state capture would not have gone as far as it did. So all of us need to say, what are the things that were not done right? What were the things that were done wrong? Would we be prepared and would we have the courage now to do the right thing? I will be very happy if Parliament were to nicely surprise me that if this was to happen again, they would stop it. But I would be very interested in how they would. And of course, I would compare with how it happened previously. I was also asked, Program Director, to talk about the role of the judiciary in the context of the impact of corruption on society. I believe that this question is asked in the context of what role the judiciary will play in the fight against corruption. This question must be answered first and foremost in the light of the primary role of the judiciary or the courts. The primary function of the courts and the judiciary is the adjudication of justiciable disputes. Therefore, the courts and the judiciary must carry out this function effectively and expeditiously as part of their fight against corruption. The expeditious and effective adjudication of disputes is paramount if the courts and the judiciary are to engender trust and confidence in society. In order for courts to do all of that, they must be adequately resourced in terms of judges, support staff, magistrates, tools of trade, and all necessary equipment. At the moment, there are many courts which have infrastructural challenges which need to be attended to in order to enable judges and magistrates to do their work effectively. There should be enough courtrooms, and vacancies must be filled as soon as possible so that courts will be able to rise to the occasion and play their role in the fight against corruption. Above all, the judiciary must adjudicate cases that come before the courts without fear, favor, or prejudice, and in accordance with their oath or affirmation of office, so that we never have a situation where there could be a reasonable suspicion that a judge or some members of the judiciary are captured by anybody, including corrupt elements in society. I know that there are some within society, our country, who like making unsubstantiated allegations that the judiciary is captured or that certain members of the judiciary are captured. The truth is that they have had about 4 years during the life of the State Capture Commission when they could have come forward with evidence, and nobody ever came forward with any credible evidence implicating a judge in corruption or state capture. A question may be asked what it means at a practical level to decide cases without fear, favor, or prejudice, and in accordance with our oath of office or affirmation. It means that, A, we will not bend the law in any case in order to achieve a particular outcome. The outcome of a case will be based on the Constitution, the law, and the evidence. The judiciary will not be scared to make unpopular decisions as long as those decisions are justified in terms of the Constitution, the law, and the evidence. We will not seek to enhance our popularity by giving outcomes for which we will be applauded when the Constitution, the law, and the evidence dictate that the outcome should be a different one. Members of the judiciary will grant bail to those accused persons who, in terms of the Constitution, the law, and the evidence before them, should be granted bail. Members of the judiciary will not refuse bail to any accused person who deserves bail because they would be unpopular, just because they would be unpopular if they released that accused on bail. Courts will convict or acquit accused persons depending on the Constitution, the law, and the evidence. Courts will sentence accused persons in accordance with accepted legal principles for sentencing. This is our pledge, and this is what we will do. In this way, we will play our part in the fight against corruption. We ask that everyone, including the legislature, the executive, civic and non-governmental organizations, do play their role in the fight against corruption. I do believe that with all of us working together, we have a chance of defeating corruption. I do believe that after the Commission has completed its task, we need to say, we're no longer going back. We will fight on. We will fight on until one day this country is free from corruption. Yes, it might not be 100% free of corruption because no country is completely free of corruption. But hopefully, one day, corruption in our country will be so insignificant that we will be justified in saying we have defeated corruption. Thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. We are inviting the Chief Justice to sign the pledge that we have signed earlier for the PSC. May I please invite the chairperson to accompany Chief Justice to sign the pledge? Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Justice will field a few questions from the audience before he leaves. We are slightly adjusting the program to allow for the Chief Justice to take a few questions before he makes his exit. Ms. Zaidenhout, please come through. Thank you. You take over the question.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Program Director. And well, ladies and gentlemen, how inspiring was this? And I don't want to take any time to reflect, because I'm sure that all of you would love an opportunity to personally ask a question to our Chief Justice. So can we please take a few hands from the floor? Raise of hand. I have one there. Can I look for another one? Number 2, here in front. One more. Oh, there, over there. So for those who want to pose a question, may I please ask that you state your name and where you come from, please. And the moment you're done, can we please move to number 2 and number 3? Just on the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm very humbled to be here in the presence of the esteemed persons that are in this audience and speakers. My name is June Bellamy. I am a Samsung whistleblower. I'm over here, Justice. I submitted, when you put out the call for whistleblowers to submit to your commission some suggestions, I asked a question yesterday to the panel. The funding, where will we find the funding? In the asset forfeiture unit, we were told yesterday that at least in the latest seizure, 3 billion is sitting in those coffers. That's excluding all the other hundreds of millions that you've collected most recently, which we are very happy to see. My question is today to those in the judiciary, as I am but a simple layperson. Is there anything in the Constitution which allows the President to be presidential and urgently release funds from the asset forfeiture unit to institutions like the Whistleblower House by the end of this year, because we are in dire straits? Athol Williams is overseas. Babita Decoran is no longer with us. Our families are suffering. We are struggling for food. We all know that you need the whistleblowers. The 3 ways you can protect us is financially, physically, and mentally. You cannot do the second 2 without the finances, and they are sitting in the asset forfeiture unit. So can the President, I don't know what the terminology is, can we get an executive directive from the President to urgently release funds from the asset forfeiture unit?
I think it will be better if I answer each question as it comes rather than have a number of questions. I must just say that I was struggling to hear you for some time, but I did hear some parts. I don't know whether the mic was too close to your mouth, but from what I heard, it would appear that you are a whistleblower, is that right? And you are one of many whistleblowers who are suffering and who need assistance. And definitely important assistance is finance. And you were asking where you were saying there is some money that is sitting somewhere, and you were asking whether the President can take that money and assist you. Is that right? From the asset forfeiture unit. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know whether the President can or cannot take that money, but what I do want to say, I fully support the protection of whistleblowers, but I don't think that we should just be saying we support them, we want them to be protected. I think that we need to do something in order to assist them financially. And while the government must play a role, I think that we who feel very strongly against corruption, who want to fight corruption, must, as individuals, as groups, as private sector, as businesses, must explore the possibility of coming up with a fund from which genuine whistleblowers can be assisted. So we might not need to wait for government, but government must not get off the hook. But nevertheless, we should do something ourselves. So we should, as individuals, as groups, and private sector, as businesses, explore the possibility of a fund that would be administered by people of integrity, that would be accountable to somebody, but who would make sure that the funds obtained or donated go to the assistance of whistleblowers. So it may well be that among the people who are here, there may be some lawyers who could give advice about whether the president can do what you have in mind, or other ways in which you can be assisted. But certainly, I'm one of those people who say we need to look at practical things that should be done to give immediate relief to people who have helped this country tremendously in terms of information about corruption and state capture. Because whistleblowers, the people who might not have been whistleblowers but who resisted state capture and corruption, investigative journalists, all of those people played a very big role. The material that investigative journalists had was very helpful to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Dinky Dube. I'm the DG of PSC. The Nkandla judgment assisted to provide legal certainty on the binding nature of the Public Protector's remedial action. Now, in the Zondo Commission report, the judge was not very kind to other constitutional entities who provide oversight but failed to do so. But I think in the report, volume 1, you indicated that with the exception of the Public Protector and maybe even the AG, the other bodies really failed. Now, the issue that concerns the PSC is the level of implementation of our recommendation, that we're finding that when they are issued, they don't get implemented. And the question on whether or not do we have teeth is still a question we would need to answer to. So I would want to know what the CJ can assist in terms of reflection on the binding nature or not of the PSC's recommendations as well as directions. So that's the first question, CJ. The second question, a very simple one. What is your take on the Busasa Magistrate Court matter, where you have a chief magistrate who has allegedly been involved in receiving a bribe from Busasa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would not be able to say anything about the binding nature of the directives of PSC, because one would need to look at them. I don't think I've had an occasion to look at the relevant prescripts, so I would not be able to say. But obviously, a legal opinion, if necessary, can be obtained to see whether they are binding or not. So that's the one. With regard to the question relating to the magistrate in the Busasa matter, all I can say is that if there is evidence that a magistrate or any magistrate, any judge has accepted a bribe, please, that must be reported, if it's a magistrate, to the Magistrates Commission, if it's a judge, to the Judicial Conduct Committee, which is a committee under the Judicial Service Commission. So that must be reported, so there's no doubt about it. So I wouldn't be able to say anything until there is a complaint. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask you. I'm always impressed, Chief Justice Zondo, together with Prof. Madunsela. My name is Salome Perumal. I'm the Head of Ethics and the Chief Risk Officer for the DTIC. I attend this session every single year. What I fail to hear or to get out of these sessions is, and I think from your talk as well, you've given us all the bad news, every anti-corruption that's been happening. What I fail to see, Chief Justice, is I have not heard of one arrest. I have not seen visibly something happening with getting our public service in the direction that we need to. I also hear you say, you pray or hope for the day that there is no anti-corruption. As long as we are not weeding out what we know is already in our garden, we're never going to get this right. I mean, the latest is Pala Pala. If we look at ESCOM, we know what the underlying issues are at ESCOM. And it's got nothing to do with operational issues. And I think, Chief Justice, you're aware of that. So for me, I'm always disappointed that I actually don't see any visible action. I don't see arrests. I don't see the people who are doing this, who are very high up. I'm a small fly here, and the advice that you're giving me is what I live by. But the people that are doing this, that are causing us to get a bad name as public service, are actually getting away scot-free. Thank you, Chief Justice.
I think the essence of your basically comment is that you don't see action, arrests and so on. I don't know whether you are linking that to the work of the Commission, or you're speaking just in general. And I think you mentioned that you are talking more about high-ranking people, not low-ranking officials. Insofar as the work of the Commission is concerned, I think it would be fair to say that in the past few months, we have seen some senior people who were involved in certain SOEs appearing in court. So I think that the NPA and the ID needed to be applauded for that. But of course, what will be important is the end result. Because if in the end, people feel that somebody is acquitted not because they deserve to be acquitted, but because the NPA did not handle the matter properly, whatever praise may have been given to the NPA at the time of the first appearance, the second appearance, nobody will remember that. So it's important to just say we do need to give the NPA and the ID some space to do this job properly. I know that we have been having state capture and corruption for so long, and we want to see results. But we will be happier if whatever delay there may have been, in the end, we are satisfied that justice has been done. So maybe complaining is fine just to put pressure on the NPA, but let's leave room to give them space. So in terms of work relating to the Commission, that's what I would say. But I do say that there are instances even of allegations of corruption that have nothing to do with the commission, where one thought that there would be arrests of ministers and so on, but they don't happen. So I guess that's probably part of what you are looking for. We can only say that the police and the NPA must just do their job and do it without fear, without favor, without prejudice. We don't say that people must be arrested when there are no proper grounds for them to be arrested. We don't say that people must be charged when there are no proper grounds for that. We only want the NPA to do its job properly. If there's no evidence against somebody, no matter what we say, the NPA must act in accordance with the Constitution and the law. But if there is evidence justifying arrests and charging people, the NPA must not hesitate. So that should be the spirit. And we should accept that they too are human beings. Sometimes there is too much work, and I can sympathize with them because in the commission I've also been subjected to cries for, please finish the commission. So yeah, okay. I hope whatever I've said is of some assistance. I might not have been very helpful. Thank you.
I think, Program Director, can we still have a round of questions for Professor Madonsela as well? Okay, after the Chief Justice, isn't it? Okay.
Oh, I would welcome that. Yes. She is the one, by the way, who got me into trouble to be in the commission.
Thank you, Chief Justice. And once again, you have proven that as judges, you've been the ultimate guardians of the Constitution. I wanted to answer Advocate Dube's question, well, to just supplement the Chief Justice's answer. In the slide, which I didn't flight, we show that we have a polycentric accountability framework in South Africa when it comes to combating corruption and other improprieties. And of course, the Public Service Commission is at the core of that insofar as the public service is concerned. And I would say two possibilities. One, you could, like the Auditor General did recently, ask for additional powers so that the powers are binding. The difficulty with that is that you get what the public protector is now facing, where because people know that your powers are binding, then they resist and everything is taken on review. So you have to think about that as a possible outflow of that good measure. The other thing you can do is you take the judgment in SABC versus Public Protector, the original one, which was a wrong judgment for the Public Protector, but an accurate judgment for the Public Service Commission now, because you do have the power to recommend, and that judgment said you can't just willy-nilly ignore that. And obviously, based on that judgment, then you can take the powers that be and request the court to order them to implement, or you could go to the Public Protector. So you have these two options. Just lastly then to say, the polycentric accountability framework was about creating a spider web against impropriety in our society, including in public service matters. Corrupt people and criminals generally operate as a spider webs. And Ethiopians say, when spider webs combine, they can tie a lion. And if these Chapter 9 institutions and others work together, we can tie up the lion that is corruption and other improprieties. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now releasing Chief Justice, and we ask the next round of questions for Professor Madonsela to please get ready. Is there a roving mic? Are you ready? You're ready, gentlemen. So, Mr. Zaidenhout, please take over and we will do the quick icebreaker after that. We apologize again for compromising your time so much. We know there are people who are leaving us, they have flights to attend to, and I'm going to really plead with the facilitators of the next 2 sessions to really negotiate strict social contracts on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, can we make it 2 questions? To Professor Madonsela. I see one question in front there. Another hand.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
And thanks to Chief Justice and Prof. I was actually intending to questioning both the Prof and Chief Justice. My name is Chen. I'm from the Financial and Fiscal Commission on behalf of my chairperson, Dr. Patience Mbeko Mbaba. So, Section 218 on government guarantees. 2, national legislation referred to in subsection 1, government guarantees, may be enacted only after any recommendations of the Financial and Fiscal Commission have been considered. I'm here also with our brothers and sister organizations as the forums for institutions supporting democracy, PASC and the others, AG, PP. What does it mean in Prof's view and Chief Justice's view, possibly, that's considered? How does one prove that the recommendations has been considered as per the Constitution? Thanks.
Professor Madonsela, do you have a mic with you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. I think it really again boils down to the question I made about we need to get back to constitutional governance, in that every decision taken in the name of the state should firstly consider what are the constitutional imperatives. At Stellenbosch University, we've even come up with an instrument that we're suggesting. It's called a SIAM, but it's primarily for social justice impact assessment matrix to augment SIAs. So you're asking, how would you prove? It's very easy to prove. Is firstly, when legislation is being considered, it must come to the Fiscal Commission. And I think the best place to locate this is at the State Law Advisor. They do have an instrument that is called Good Law Guidelines. And the State Law Advisor can add, coming from this conference, into the Good Law Advisor instrument, a question: have you consulted the Fiscal Commission, and what was their recommendation? And then assess, just as a lawyer, they said this and they say this, is your response rational, reasonable? You know, just all of those PAJA questions, even though PAJA does not apply to the preparation of legislation. So I would say a recommendation would be, let's ask the State Law Advisor to include that. And then Parliament would also have to ask the same question when the legislation is being considered. Can we have the request that we made to the Commission, and what did the Commission say? But finance should not trump other considerations of the Constitution, including social justice, because that's where we prefer efficiency over responsiveness. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much, Professor. I did see a hand from the DG. Can you please pose your question, DG?
Yes, no, thank you. Prof, just one question. You mentioned in your address that you are recommending professionalizing the investigation field. Now, part of what the PSC is working on now, as you know, the professionalization of the public service framework has been approved, is to then, under the leadership of Prof. Fikeni, to really lead the development of implementation plan. So I'd like to find out from you, how do you foresee this professionalization of the investigation field taking shape? Is there opportunities for collaborating with institutions, academic institutions, and perhaps just to share your
your views. How do you envisage this process? Thank you.
Thank you. My answer would be yes to the possibility for collaboration with institutions that already do investigations training. We do, and then the institution that you, Madam DG, you were part of, the Ombudsman Research Center that we started in Durban, they could also collaborate. But regarding how could this be done, I would say, why not pilot initially as something that is not regulated by law, but just pilot, train, let's have them trained and voluntarily become part of that association. And then maybe after a year, we see if that improves things and it goes into the law. And obviously the Public Service Commission is in terms of Chapter 10 of the Constitution, empowered to recommend and regulate how the public service lives up to the expectations in the Constitution. And all of the guardrails in the Constitution ultimately depend on the public service. And yes, the investigators come at the end of the channel, like judges. They come when the horse is already bolted. So you've got to fix everything. But I'm part of the Gauteng Ethics Council that MEC Mamabulu spoke about. What we did there, we did at the Public Protector, draft a standard operating protocol on investigations covering from A to Z up to reporting. And if we train people on something like that. So in Gauteng, we just did a standard operating protocol for forensic investigations. And this week, I just gave a 3-hour training on it. But that's just preliminary training. So we could start, for example, we could start with Gauteng because the team is willing to be trained and work together as PSC, Gauteng, and Stellenbosch University, of course. But IOC, if they're willing to be part of it, or the IOI, any of it. Taking into account, of course, that the investigations will differ. And SIU, if you don't get captured again and start turning your your swords against the rest of... No, it wasn't you, it was the hawks that started turning their sword towards investigators instead of the state capturers. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Madonsela. Ladies and gentlemen, may I then conclude on the Q&A session for our esteemed guests before I go on to just a 2-minute session with a very important young person who participated and won an award in the BRICS contest. But just to round up this session, may I please ask all of us to put our hands together for Chief Justice Raymond Zondo and Professor Thuli Madonsela. Before we conclude on this session and I hand over to the program director, we've all seen this morning a beautiful young lady by the name of Mpo who participated in the BRICS youth contest on anti-corruption and she won a poster award. But we are also privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to have the runner-up with us today. Moses, where are you? Can you please make your way to the stage, please? All that I know about Moses is that you come from Alexandra. And I think you have made South Africa proud. It is a phenomenal achievement. Congratulations on winning the 2nd prize in the poster category. Very well done. So, Moses, thank you also for staying with us. That is your poster. This is absolutely outstanding. It's visually impressive. It's beautiful. Well done. I want to ask you to take the microphone and just tell the audience what inspired this beautiful poster and how do you see this as your contribution to fighting corruption?
Sanbonani.
This poster, it means a lot to me because where I come from, I've seen a lot of corruption and they didn't have a lot of voice. But the DPSA, they gave me a chance and I had to put up this with the last minutes, and there was only few days or few months left for the closing date. I just gave the best that I can, because as you can see, there's a loud hail, umpopo ngesiZulu. We need to shout out. We need to make noise about the corruption that is happening in the government or private sectors or in the communities. We know we don't have more powers, but if you make noise through social media or in the street, word of mouth, surely we shall see umehluko ukuthi kuyenzakalani. How do we sihandlela kanjani yonke this corruption? As you can see, the hand is violated. Sit amandla. As you are elokishini, in the community, small ekas, we need to unite. Doesn't matter where you're from. And never undermine yourself. Regardless to where I go. We need to unite as one to fight the corruption. Some people, they need to feel the lightning. You see those signs, the lightning, they need to feel it. Regardless, we don't care, but we're gonna come for you. And when we come for you, from here to the bottom, to the on my side, the left and right, we're gonna make sure that we unite and we report the corruption. And I wanna take this opportunity again. Ukuthi siyacela kubonke abaphezulu from the government and abane access ukuthi basupporte kuzonke indlela. When we report the corruption, just because when was umngani wakho sibanibani and you try to scare us, we're going to expose you to the social media. And we siyacela futhi ukuthi as normal whistleblower, some of the whistleblowers, they are scared. But then this is the message that we're going to put up if we don't put ourselves in the face of the media. But this will say a lot, because it means a lot. It means, I don't know, but it means 100 words. Because why? We know the propaganda, but it's more than propaganda. This is a lightning. We can do anything. As a graphic designer, never estimate a graphic design. This, we can make a magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, how inspiring is that? I mean, such an emotional account of how young people in South Africa see corruption and how we can fight it. And Chief Justice, I want to say, it's because of people, young people like Moses, that we will all have the energy walking out of this room, continue with our corruption-busting efforts, and one day we're going to stand up, look ourselves in the mirror, and see we're not that ugly anymore. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are now moving very swiftly to session 4, which is civil society and law enforcement joining hands in the fight against corruption. And our moderator for today is Professor Mosoma. Welcome, Professor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have much time. Let me start off by really reinforcing what has already been reinforced with regard to acknowledgements and protocols. so that we then continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very important nexus point. We have had speeches, presentations, and questions. Now we are at the brass text. The tire hits the tar. We deal with practical ways of making things happen. We started off by describing the phenomena, and we gave the phenomena many names. Yesterday, some said this was a pandemic. Some said this was a scourge. And I want to use another metaphor, a metaphor which is religious and very impactful, that this is the cross. You know the cross? That to assist the poor to fight corruption is like taking the poor from the cross from which they are prosecuted, from which they are crucified. So the relationship which has to be forged between civil society and law enforcement, one needs to ask the questions, concrete questions. When we envision about this relationship, is there a framework or a coordinating plan for such a relationship of joining hands with civil society and law enforcement agencies? Are there coherent stakeholder management plan in place to give effect to this? Is there a convergence of visions which form the basis on which to fight corruption and explore the possibilities of ensuring that corruption is eroded from the face of our society? Do we have a strategic plan? How effective is it? How often do we evaluate it in order to determine its impact, its effect, and its efficacy? Are there monitoring mechanisms? I'm raising these questions because it's one thing to seek to have a working relationship, but it's another to have a sustained mechanism to ensure that the relationship is not a one-time relationship, but is sustained, it continues. And people to assist us to shape this practical side of things. I have here Advocate Mutobi, a special investigative unit who will assist us to shape and answer some of the questions in terms of how to concretize the relationship between civil society and law enforcement agencies. May I say, at least for now, because we don't have much time, if I give you 7 minutes to 10 minutes, will that be enough? Just to manage time, I'll appreciate that very much. And Tatemu TV, please come over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Tate Musomo, thank you very much. Let me also just say all protocols observed, and my 7-10 minutes starts running now. If I really leave this podium, if I leave this podium with a message and having assured you that we will implement consequence management, I think I would have done my part. The topic that I was supposed to, or I'm focusing at, it's holding officials, executives, and directors to account based on evidence and findings from Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture. Without really going into detail in some of the background, I think the background has been given. The effects of corruption have really been outlined, and we would like to really agree with that. We are here as part of the government agencies who investigate, come to findings based on the evidence, and ensure that those findings are executed and consequence management is meted out. So the commission made findings, and Judge Zondo has referred to the President's plan that he submitted to Parliament on the 22nd of October. We contributed to that plan and ensured that all of the recommendations that have been identified are included in the plan, and there is a pathway in terms of what it would require to implement those recommendations from various law enforcement agencies and all of us that are involved. Now, all law enforcement agencies have investigated in the state institutions, one way or another, that were covered by the Commission's report, be it in the state-owned entities, departments, and local government. Honorable or Program Director, you're saying, is there a framework which really would guide us in terms of, firstly, to implement the recommendations, and ultimately to really say this is how we move forward with the fight against corruption. The Chief Justice referred quite at length to PRASA. PRASA is amongst the state-owned entities where SIU, Hawks, ID, we're investigating. But we have sought to see what is it that comes out of the commission that requires further implementation. In the report, the commission indicates that there's a further need for investigation at PRASA. And as part of the implementation plan of the President, there's going to be an amended SIU proclamation, which we are working on to ensure that we dive deep into PRASA based on some of the recommendations that the Zondo Commission has made. There's various ways in which we implement consequence management. The Chief Justice mentioned quite at length around the recovery of monies that state would have lost based on the corruption and maladministration that was committed. As the Special Investigating Unit and other law enforcement agencies, there was reference to Asset Forfeiture Unit. As the Special Investigating Unit as well, we've got, as part of the consequence management, having to identify all those areas where monies were lost to ensure that we institute civil proceedings to recover those monies. In 2019, the President proclaimed the special tribunal, and we are really, really pleased that it has provided that platform, the civil litigation platform, to ensure that we recover speedily. As we sit to date, we've got about 135 cases in the special tribunal. The contract value of those contracts that we seek to set aside is about 15.5 billion. Of that 15.5 billion, 2.8 billion is matters that came out of the PPE investigations. We also have, because before the special tribunal, we used to pursue cases in the high courts. We do have a list of high courts that are still pending there, 60 in number. The value of the contracts that we seek to set aside there is about 66.1 billion. So in total, we're talking 81.6 billion that must still be a subject of adjudication and ultimate recovery. So what the Chief Justice was mentioning is that these monies, if they are effectively recovered, could of course be put back to the fiscus to ensure that they are put to use in a manner that would satisfy the public needs. Now, in terms of the consequence management, that's the civil recovery. There's also holding officials to account, and this is part of the topic now. Holding officials, accounting officers, executive authorities to account. So that's probably in one umbrella around the disciplinary action. So as part of the state capture report, we've gone through it. We know at what level the responsibility is, because we would analyze and assess at all levels of state institutions who should be held to account up until the executive authority. So we have done that analysis, and that part will now start being executed in the sense of saying, identifying if the accounting officer of state institution X was found wanting, then we'll start the process to make the referrals. And then, of course, our colleagues from NPA will talk about their part. And then there's also a part of the regulatory environment where you've got professionals who made themselves guilty, like if there's accounting firms, legal practitioners, and all of those others practitioners that made themselves guilty, then we would engage with the regulators to ensure that all of those people are held to account, including identifying where there's a need for legislative changes. Now, as part of the whole improvement of the system, because particularly with the Special Investigating Unit, but of course the Zondo Commission also focused at that maladministration, which is just short of being a crime. It's maladministration, malpractice, of course in the main corruption, fraud, and so on. So as part of what we are doing is also identifying those areas of improvement to ensure that all of this does not happen again. So we are developing, Program Director, a comprehensive corruption prevention framework. And that corruption prevention framework, the Chief Justice made a comment around we should be aware of what cost the state capture. So we need to do a root cause analysis, which would include in the whole anti-corruption prevention framework. It will also prevent maladministration instances and malpractices. So amongst others, it would include aspects such as corruption risk assessments, so that we are able to identify corruption, maladministration, and malpractice indicators ahead before they happen. And that would then assist government as a whole with detection and prevention, because that part has been identified by the National Anti-Corruption Strategy as a part where government needs to improve, which is the prevention side. And of course, that also finds resonance in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, Article 5 and 6, which as government we really need to ensure that we drive forward. and that will include indicators enabled by lifestyle analysis, vetting processes, and all of those other instances that we need to put in place. Now, as we seek to hold all of this into account, as I conclude, Program Director, I think my 10 minutes runs out now, we look at various instruments. We look at various provisions of the law. Section 195, which has been spoken about quite at length, and then PFMA, which I think the chairperson of the commission referred to, PFMA, but also the MFA, MFMA, which is the Municipal Finance Management Act, which more often we tend to really turn a blind eye on. So the PFMA is around state-owned entities and government departments. MFMA, of course, local government. So we have to take into account all of those provisions of the accounting officer responsibilities. Now, as we go up in terms of the executive authorities, of course, PFMA still makes mention of what the roles of the executive authority would be in terms of receiving reports and how they monitor. So we would like to also take that into account. So the last part, of course, that we would like to ensure is that all of those recommendations and referrals are monitored, of course, by Parliament, and we have up to now, and I know Parliament has actually made themselves known, even up to the presidency. There's a comprehensive framework now that the presidency has worked on in monitoring the implementation of all the referrals, whether it's SIU, Zondo Commission, and we are working closely with the presidency to ensure that that framework delivers as intended. I won't go through some of the case laws which I had in terms of the executive authority responsibilities. There's a high court which pronounced itself, and we took that judgment, took the cabinet through it, and in fact, we are planning to also take provincial cabinets through that. It's the Masuku versus SIU judgment. That judgment is very important around outlining the responsibility of the executive authority, because more often they would say, where does the executive authority line end and where does the accounting officer line start? It's very, very important. And there's other case laws, and we've got another case that's pending in the High Courts, which we are hoping it will also does really go into detail in terms of the responsibilities of the accounting, of the executive officers. Thank you so much. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndade. Thank you so much, Ndade.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What he has just given us is something that can help us to evaluate the effectiveness of the department from which Ndade Advocate Mutibi comes. So there's something to handle here. What it means is that when we meet next year, we don't want speeches. We want each and every presenter to tell us, in terms of the promises they made to us today, what is it that has been achieved and what are the challenges? Then we'll be able to hold each other to account. Before we hold other people to account, ourselves here. Which is why I was thinking that the civil society should not just become an appendage, should become part and parcel of the drive to fight corruption. So it's not something of meeting in a boardroom and talk about it. What is the plan? What is the strategy collectively crafted together? Okay? But thank you so much, Ndade Mhlanga. Let me then call Advocate Jansen. The interventions put by NPA to prosecute corruption. What are the interventions? The efficacy Are they sharp? Can they give us hope that we are doing something to rid this country of corruption? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good afternoon. They've left little me to deal with the graveyard shift. To all of you who are nodding off, don't sleep for too long. I'm trying to be short, sharp, and to the point. For those who have left, I hope they've left on good reason. I hope that they've left only because they have transport issues. Because what is important for you to all notice, the fight against corruption takes staying power. We've got to stay the course. We've got to fight the fight. We see the results. I'm Andrea Johnson. I'm the investigating director, brand spanking new by most accounts in my position. I was only appointed on the 1st of March. The investigating directorate, however, was proclaimed on the 4th of April 2019. And perhaps one would ask why an investigating directorate when you already have other agencies that were dealing with corruption. I think government, for once in its wisdom, Ndata Senoli, decided that the fight has to be escalated. It means that what we need to do is change how we dealt with corruption. We're not saying that the agencies that we had are ineffective. We're saying that the agencies we have needed a push and a bit more help. Hence, we have the creation of the ID. Unfortunately, the ID is a temporary body and had been for the past 3 years. It is perhaps because of the work we have done from the 1st of March to date that the President, in his wisdom on the 23rd of October, decided that the ID will become permanent. That is an important step and measure. You know, although I took office on the 1st of March and we were temporary, I've got to thank the head of the Hawks, Ndate Lebia, because we do not have a permanent workforce. My criminal investigators come from the DPCI. My criminal investigators are on loan from IPID. The rest of my workforce of 115 are on contract. We are a permanent contingency of only 7. I'm number 7. But to tell you how effective we've been, the NPA, in dealing with corruption, embarked on a 6-month priority plan. It is an accelerated plan to deal with the issues of state capture and corruption across the board. We then decided to look at how best to join forces, to collaborate with our stakeholders, and to ensure that we got matters enrolled. So of course, and unfortunately, the lady who raised to the Chief Justice that she saw nothing happening in the country should perhaps have remained a little longer, because trust me, she would have liked the numbers I'm about to give. It is very important, colleagues, for me to just first indicate the following. In terms of the NPA and its response, we realized that because the country is impatient, we needed to coordinate the work of state capture. The NPA put together a task force. It's not an NPA task force. I think we sort of default and we call it an NPA task force. It's in the NPA. The task force comprises of the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit, which is also another arm that deals with the commercial matters and corruption, Asset Forfeiture Unit, the ID, as well as the DPCI. This resulted in a sharing of resources. We collaborated in a way we have not collaborated before, and might I tell you, in what was predominantly a male-dominated field of investigations, it is now run by very able girls who are able to call the boys to order and say, we need to join hands. The corruption cases are not only dealt with by one unit in the NPA, but because of this collaborative approach, we must understand that the fight against corruption requires public-private partnerships and collaboration, and hence we have matters that are now more readily and speedily investigated and enrolled. The Asset Forfeiture Unit has also embarked on an accelerated forfeiture process. In addition, I am proud to announce, I'm so short, I should have been taller with this pride. I am proud to announce that the ID last week undertook a process not undertaken before in the country to deal with corruption matters. Usually we have what we call alternate dispute resolution mechanisms, ADRMs, that deal with petty matters. We had a big corruption matter. We had to decide what is the best for the country. I want us to also all remember, success is not always an orange overall. So please get that out of your heads. Success means how are we dealing with innovative ways to be able, one, to deal with the transgression, but perhaps more importantly, to recoup the millions of rands that were lost through state capture and corruption. And so what the ID did for the first time, I dare say I have great powers of negotiation, and we were able to get an international conglomerate, ABB, that was a very key stakeholder in state capture, especially with ESCOM, to pay back, as of last week, 2.5 billion rands into the state coffers. If I may, Program Director, pause at this stage to say, do not for a single second think that that negotiation means that large corporates get indemnity. We have to ask what is best for our case, what kind of cooperation do we get, and the kind of evidence we have now been able to get from ABB because of this agreement is the kind of evidence we would not have had against these accused that are currently in court. And that is key. So there's no impunity, it is just innovative thinking and application. Over the past 6 months, the NPA's leadership and its staff, by design and not default, have implemented key initiatives to rebuild a fit-for-purpose organization to deliver accountability and uphold the law. The Public Service Commission will be proud to note, as you are keenly aware, that our Office of Ethics and Accountability is well underway so that the NPA delivers on its values of integrity, professionalism, accountability, and credibility to every single person that we serve, and not just in the corruption matters. I was hoping Chief Justice would not have left by the time I took to the podium, because it is also important that whilst we speedily investigate and prosecute, judges must be keenly aware that these matters cannot be dragged. Our matters must get a fast lane process, and our prosecutions must be fast-tracked, or else what we do is we lose the momentum gained in the speedy investigations and prosecutions. The lady that missed the numbers would have known that only in 3 years, the ID has declared 89 investigations, enrolled 26 cases with 165 accused. The Asset Forfeiture Unit, in terms of our work, has preserved 12.9 billion rands and recovered 2.9 billion. It is also important to note, to the lady that wanted to know, how do we deal with the whistleblowers and perhaps the funding? I would just like to indicate that both the SIU and the AFU are merely mechanisms to recover monies. The monies are kept in the Criminal Asset Recovery Account, which is CARA. It sits in Treasury, and perhaps that is where the discussions and the applications must go. By the way, the 2.5 billion we've now put into CARA through the ABB negotiation, not even the NPA has access. Even we have to apply to Treasury should we require funding, albeit just for training purposes. I just want to say that it is important that you also understand that whilst we say there is no impunity, and while you would like that matters get to court faster and easier, it is exactly as Chief Justice said. Arrests done speedily result in sloppy prosecutions because we act because you want us to. We should act only in terms of the law, and we can only act in terms of the evidence. Our focus is to build the NPA as a fit-for-purpose organization. We want to live the fundamental values of integrity, professionalism, accountability, and credibility. I am honest when I say I accept that law enforcement still has a lot to do, but might I remind us all that the fight against corruption is an individual and collective responsibility. I think Chief Justice might have hacked my speech because I get to a point where I say to you, civil society and citizenry must stand together and in a single, loud, resounding voice say, never again. So he stole my thunder. We'll deal with that when we do see Chief Justice. It is important also for you to know that whilst the work is slow, the change must be felt and it must be palpable. I think the one call I make, DG, to the Public Service Commission, some of the disciplinaries against public service officials, including that of a chief magistrate that we've arrested in the Bosasa matter, take extremely long. It is frustrating simply because whilst one waits for the criminal matters, in terms of what the public servants are supposed to be held to account, we are not seen to be held to account fast enough and effectively enough. We cannot stand on a podium and preach when we do not ourselves effectively deal speedily with those amongst our ranks. And that would be my clarion call to the Public Service Commission. Because they cut our time, I'm going to leave you with a few wise words, as I'm known to do, apparently. I want you to know that in terms of the NPA and the ID, our purpose must change the lives of the people we serve. When we bring justice, we bring equality, we bring dignity. 50 years ago, when I was born in rural KZN, we had a pit toilet. Our bath was a big silver water tank with a cement floor. 5 of us shared a room. And when I came home from school, unlike many of my other counterparts, I had to make sure I got out of my school clothes, changed, took the 5-liter tub, and went up the hill to collect water, to come back home and put them in the drums. But that was because of apartheid. I do feel somewhat sad that 50 years on, in what is a democracy, our people still live this life. But they live this life because of corruption and because it eroded our dignity, deprives us of our service delivery, and ensures that that which we were entitled to because of the Constitution and our hard work is no longer ours. So the fight must continue. Your voices must become our moral compass so that there is no longer a fear of good people to rise and do something. Finally, let the fight against corruption become our ultimate goal, for this is a noble and hard fight, but none more worthy and fulfilling. A last warning, the ID does not close for Christmas. So for those who know what they've done when they thought we did not see them, Santa Claus might come, but not with a gift for you. We might just make sure that we gift you to the justice system and the criminal process. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great. When I listen to the interventions and what has been achieved and the challenges they have with regard to delays in terms of prosecution and things like that, I just wondered, what would be the best way of communicating to our communities, other than waiting for a conference or an engagement such as this? The message that you have just given us, words of wisdom, because we are confined to this space, and obviously people are going to listen to us, are those who will be glued on the television or social media. But what is the best way to have what we call a movement of people who are seized with information about what is actually happening, so that we engender the hope? I see today as one way of capturing the imagination of South Africans that something is happening. We're not just sitting on our laurels, something is happening. And I'm just wondering whether it's not one of the key ways to look at a very effective communication strategy to make sure that we don't wait until we have a meeting to inform society in a very effective way. Thank you so much. The next speaker, maybe towards the end, I have here persons who will be speaking for Corruption Watch. Is anybody? Yeah, okay. There's no name here. And then followed by, it will be followed by Ahmed Katrada Foundation. But this is civil society here. And what I want civil society to help us do is what strategies you have in mind to interface with the law enforcement agencies to give effect to this fight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Myself and Nishan Bolton from the Kathrada Foundation seem to have the graveyard shift that's usually reserved for civil society. So I hope in the next event, given the role that civil society plays in fighting corruption in South Africa, we'll get bumped up a bit. But Advocate Johnson, I do think that our systems were hacked because you took some of my jokes. And at this point in the program, a lot of the things that you want to say about fighting corruption has already been said. So I hope that what I have to offer is something new and different. My name is Kavisha Pillay. I am an activist. I'm based at Corruption Watch. I've been there for 10 years. I'm also a member of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which is an advisory council that was set up by the President to monitor the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. So the Chief Justice gave a very impassioned speech about the vulnerability of our society and our state in terms of its experience of state capture. And this was evident in the findings of the Zondo Commission, where we've seen the collapse of our criminal justice agencies, and that allowed for the rampant looting of state-owned enterprises and other public institutions. But over the last few years, I would say, we've made significant progress in terms of rebuilding our anti-corruption institutions by appointing leaders of integrity, and we have started to develop collaborative approaches with different stakeholders to combat both endemic petty corruption and grand political corruption. And in a period of such widespread cynicism, which I think was evident today by some of the questions, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing that nothing has been done. But colleagues, you heard from Advocate Johnson, you heard from Advocate Mutibi, yesterday General Labia was here. There is significant progress that has been made. And I think that we need to be quite positive that given where we've come from as a society and as a country, that we've been able to have this turnaround in a short space of time. But those gains could come under threat due to political instability, which I think this is something we all need to be prepared for, and that is the nature of my input for today. If we look at the lessons of the past decade, both locally and globally, we know that politics change, economies crash, and pandemics can bring us to a standstill. So how do we build resilience within the anti-corruption space? Frankly, I think we are a very resilient society, and our constitution and democracy has been stress-tested in a number of respects. However, even though we've made these significant gains over the last few years, our anti-corruption environment still remains vulnerable. I mean, you heard about the ID only having 7 people in a permanent institution. Advocate Matibi and the SIU are pursuing a number of high-profile cases, but don't necessarily have the capacity and resources to do much more, and I think similarly with the Hawks, with IPID and other institutions. Social, economic, and political instability all pose significant threats to our anti-corruption agenda. And we have to ensure that never again, I'm the 3rd person or 4th person to say this, never again will we experience what we did during the period of state capture. As a young person, my generation faces compounding threats of climate change, inequality, polarization, unemployment, and economies that are not inclusive. We should not have to be fighting for law enforcement agencies to be safeguarded, or for public bodies to deliver on their constitutional mandate, or even for our leaders to act with ethics and integrity. This should be a given. This is something that we deserve. So in order to move towards dealing with all of the other social crises that we're about to experience, I do think we need to make sure that we've built a resilient anti-corruption environment. And how we potentially do this is that firstly, we need to be prepared. From the State Capture Commission, as well as other investigations that have been done, as well as experiences over the last 10 years, we have a wealth of knowledge of how corruption and capture occurs in various spaces. And this should be the basis for safeguarding our institutions. We know how organized networks operate, and I think now, even though there is this feeling of anxiety about political instability, what may happen, will we get captured again, we know how these networks operate. So I feel we're much more better equipped now than we were a few years ago. But we constantly need to learn and we need to innovate to make sure that we're getting ahead of the trend and we're not caught how we were previously and then suffering those major consequences. Secondly, our crime and corruption fighting bodies need to be safeguarded. The work that Advocate Johnson, Advocate Matibi, and all of our other law enforcement agencies are doing is really important, and we need to make sure that they're able to pursue their public mandate during rapid, turbulent changes in the political environment. Regardless of who holds power, these institutions have to be steadfast in their commitment to their constitutional obligations and uphold democratic values as the basis with which they conduct their work. And this will require internal commitments by leadership and employees of these institutions to make sure that they pursue their work with independence and without fear, favor, or prejudice. It's also important for us in civil society to make sure that we monitor the appointments of leaders to these positions to make sure that those who are appointed aren't politically connected in any way and that they are appointed on merit and in a transparent manner. Thirdly, the systemic recommendations contained within the Zondo report as well as the National Anti-Corruption Strategy are really good mechanisms for us to pursue to ensure that we close the loopholes to prevent any further capture or looting of state funds. And then what I want to say lastly is that we need to seriously increase the collaborative efforts between us as stakeholders, but also within sectors. And making sure that we build this multi-sectoral approach to fighting corruption, I think will then provide a safety net to ensure that should another institution fall prey to political interference, there's an entire network that will be able to take that commitment forward. I wanted to speak about whistleblowing and public commitment to fighting corruption, but I think that's been touched on, and I see the program director is here. So just a parting shot from me is that building resilience is not necessarily going to be a silver bullet in the coming times, but it may offer us a buffer to avoid future attempts of the collapse of our institutions and the erosion of our democratic state. So I hope that we will take some time to reflect on this anti-corruption journey that we've all been on, that we learn from our experiences, we pursue accountability, and that we build resilient institutions and interventions that can withstand any political or social moment that we're likely to encounter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you so much. You know what my observation, ladies and gentlemen, you know, when it comes to area of practical side of things, it's very difficult to get people to focus. And I wanted to find out, because when you put a topic such as civil society and law enforcement joining hands in fight, there is something there that has to do with how you find the two entities working together. And I was expecting very fascinating strategic interventions in that. But what I'm hearing is what everybody else is saying, which is good to repeat. I mean, a song is nice when you repeat it. It's a good song. But I'm looking at, we are really dealing with very critical issues. And society is expecting change, and change can only come when we begin to merge theorizing words, our words and action. And when you do that, then you can come up with something tangible. So I really want us to talk about please help me when you come over here. How is this going to work? Is there a plan? Is there a strategy? What can be done going forward? For me, this will be something that will help me. Ahmed Kathrada Foundation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and all the protocols observed. My name is Nishan Bolton. I work for the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. One practical recommendation to the Public Service Commission: retitle this next year. Call it a free conference on how to jumbo the tender system, and I'm guarantee you this will be full. It will be oversubscribed, and you will keep people here for 3 or 4 days. Because that's what happens now. You can fill halls tomorrow. You don't even have to advertise. You just send the WhatsApp out. We're meeting to discuss this and that tender. Please come. And people will come. I think the first point I want to make, state capture is far from over. What we have seen in the Commission is what we know about. But really what has happened is that it has moved from the big parastatals and the key obvious points of government to provinces and municipalities and everything else below, water boards and everything else. There is not a part of the country today, there is not an entity that is not affected by this. There is no ward that is not affected by elements of corruption. This thing is pervasive. And that is why, as much as the work of the SIU and the ID, I think, have really been commendable, but it almost is drowned out by the growing magnitude of this problem. And I think we need to begin to realize the growing magnitude of this problem. The best example of this was, as was pointed out by Prof. Kenny, in Mpumalanga, learned drivers, license operators will go and protest, not against corruption, but because the fee has increased by 300 Rand. Now, I heard the audience laugh, but I think it is one that should shock us. Because what this simply means is that we're accepting what we should not be accepting. And all of the other issues here around which we might have sniggered today should actually make us angry. And that anger is missing from the conversation here. Because partly we think that Zondo has done his work and therefore this battle is over. That battle is over. The war is far from over. I want to repeat that. The battle might have been won by Zondo on certain things, but the war against corruption and capture is far, far from over. And therefore, I had a long thing prepared here, but essentially what I wanted to say is our approaches are not working. Institutions must be rebuilt. But our approach towards societal mobilization and organization on this issue is just not working. And why is it not working? It's because we have sessions like this, and then we go home, and we come back next year. Corruption Watch will do its work. OUTA will do magnificent work. So when you speak about partnerships, OUTA has now gone to the prosecuting authorities and they've opened a case. I'm not sure what more civil society can do to come to the prosecuting authorities, law enforcement agencies, and say, here is a pre-packaged case, now act. Will they act because the allegations are against the deputy president? I don't know. I do want to say that I had trepidations about coming today and speaking in the presence of the president. Because what has happened at Phala Phala has damaged the fight against corruption. It has weakened the fight against corruption. And we're not saying that. Nobody's talking about this. Because that was the image of renewal, not in the ANC, but in the systems of governance. I'm not saying he's guilty or he's not guilty. But certainly what has transpired there has weakened our fight. I'm not sure how I would have felt in the presence of the president. So we were asked to talk about commitment. I can't speak for the whole of civil society, but I can speak on behalf of the Kathrada Foundation. We give you our commitment. We will continue to make our voice heard on this issue. We will continue to make sure that people understand that corruption is about the biggest threat to our democracy. And it is precisely for that reason that we must advocate for orange overalls. Anything short of putting the Guptas in orange overalls behind bars is not going to work in terms of changing mindsets about corruption. Yes, you can strike deals with A, B, and B, but there are some who must be seen in orange overalls, whether it's for a day or more or years to come, but they must be behind bars. It cannot be that we can't see these big deals behind bars in orange overalls at some point. I think society is not going to accept that it must change its approach. Those learned driver operators are going to continue until they see, no, this thing, the big deals are being dealt with. And therefore, down the line, it will come for us. So our voice will continue to be heard. Our visibility will continue to be amplified next year. The demonstration we had a few days ago outside the Gauteng legislature was to say to the legislature, you have failed to hold the executive in Gauteng to account around the issue of health corruption. It has taken a newspaper, it has taken a slain whistleblower to say something is wrong. But they have dragged their feet. I'm glad that the Premier is saying some announcement will come out next week. There's the SIU report that will come out. I hope that beyond the report, there's actions that will flow. And that all of those people that have bought skinny jeans and other things in that hospital will not only be made to wear it, but they will be made to wear it in prison. Because that's what we need. We will be visible in continuing to call for the Guptas to be brought back. We will continue to advocate for whistleblowers. A number of organizations have done that. But I think in the end, we must all agree that the only way in which we will really assist whistleblowers is by dealing with the issue that requires people to blow the whistle in the first place. Because unless we deal with that, you are always going to have whistleblowers, and you're always going to have different kinds of whistleblowers and different needs that have to be responded to. However, I think that the policy proposals that are out there are incredibly important. I wanted to conclude on two issues. The Public Service Commission, I think, must be looking out for election-related corruption. That, I think, is going to be a big thing in 2023. Parties are finding it hard to raise money. Those in office are going to exploit governance in a huge way. We need collectively here to show our solidarity with people like Karen Moore and Billy Downer as they take forward again this fight against corruption. But I wanted to conclude today, and hopefully in the presence of the Chief Justice. I think the attacks on him by particularly the EFF are outrageous. Their public pronouncements about the intended march to his home, they've advertised his address, is a test for all of us. What do we do when they announce their date of their march and the time of their march? Are we going to be sitting here Or are we going to be saying we will be outside the Chief Justice's home and the PSC, the law enforcement agencies and civil society collectively stand there in solidarity against those kinds of threats to the Chief Justice? Today the issue is honey. Tomorrow it's going to be a court ruling or a constitutional court ruling or a ruling from any other judge that a political party might not like. This intimidation of the judiciary is going to roll back the fight against corruption if we don't take our fight to the streets as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an insightful contribution. I remember the Deputy Speaker, in one of our conversations, you spoke about the power of one. And I went on to investigate because when you want to solve a problem, there may be myriad of them. But you identify what is it that if you address it, all of the things will fall in place. So we talk about many, many, many things, and they overwhelm us at the end. So what we require is a crystallization to identify the nexus. What is it that we must touch, and once we have touched it, all of these things must fall in place. And the challenges are immense. This session has given us some aspects of which we can latch on in our efforts to identify some of the elements that have been raised that are practical to help us shape a program. For example, when we come back next year, which areas would want stakeholders to report on? And I think it is important to concretize the issue of collaboration, collaborative efforts. You know, how best to make sure that there is a framework, there is a strategy, so that going forward, everything could assist us. Let me call the next program director. It's not me, because somebody else will have to take on this particular issue, but I want to thank the presentations that have gone so well. Professor Musutu, is Professor Musutu here? Professor Musutu? He's not here. So you can take over, Professor Makanya.
Thank you so much, Prof. Omsomo, the moderator of our session 4. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, session 5 is an area that is leading us, to conclusions. I just want to say briefly that I think you may have noted that what has happened here is that the program took over the running of what was happening here. It was not necessarily something that had been planned, and as a result, we are way out of time. So all that I just want to say at this point is that we are supposed to be getting the summary of the discussions today. Prof. Nawini is not here, but he has assigned our colleague who's going to be doing precisely that, so that we can then move to a point where we can conclude in a formal sense of the word. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chris Doby from the Ethics Institute. Been asked to just give a bit of a summary of the engagement, and thank you for everybody who stayed. You have shown perseverance, and as someone once said, that's exactly the kind of perseverance that we need in the fight against corruption. So I want to just give I'm not going to be too long, but I want to just touch on a few of the key points that came out. The first thing was the cost of corruption. And the first thing that comes to mind there is the social injustice element. Prof. Madonsela spoke a lot about the social injustice, but I think it was most tangible when the young lady who won the poster competition spoke about the jobs and corruption, that you have to pay a bribe to get a job. It's a very tangible thing that it makes our life immoral. It makes an amoral life for what we have. We're not living in a just society. The second thing that Chief Justice Zondo very much focused on was that corruption eats at democracy. It eats away at our democracy. We saw failures of Parliament and various failures of accountability, which meant that our institutions stopped working. They're not working the way they're supposed to be. As Chief Justice Zondo said, if we were the face we saw in the mirror, we would be ugly. So society, it creates an unfair society. And that's where Prof. Kenny said that fighting corruption is the new struggle. It's the struggle for basic human rights, it's the struggle for fairness, it's the struggle for social justice. And many speakers said this should never happen again. So how do we do that? How do we make sure that doesn't happen? Unfortunately, there are already tangible plans in place. Professor Kachalia is from the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, and there is a national anti-corruption strategy. Our previous moderator asked for, is there a strategy, a plan? And in fact, there is a very tangible strategy and plan in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. So that is there, and we all need to rally around that single strategy. There's also the outcomes from Chief Justice Zondo's report, but all of that is going to come to naught without resources. Okay, we've had a lot of talk about resources, and resources is not just money, it's people, it's all the like. Now, I want to start in specifics of what needs to be done, just capturing some of the things that have been spoken about. The one area, of course, that we need to focus on is accountability. There, a lot of talk about whistleblower protection, but also very importantly, the resourcing and financial support for whistleblowers. Colleagues, that's a discussion we need very urgently. It's not fair that some people are carrying the cost for all of us as society. So, whistleblowing protection, financing, financial support for whistleblowers. Then, once people have blown the whistle, it doesn't help that they blow the whistle, but nothing happens then. So, in other words, our investigative capacity needs to be strengthened and better resourced. We need to ensure the independence, as Kavisha has indicated, of these institutions. And we need to ensure that these institutions, where they are appointments, they need to be transparent appointments. All right. But then, isn't it better if we create institutions where corruption doesn't happen? Obviously, it's not going to be 100% effective, but we have the accountability leg, and the other leg that we have is the prevention and the good governance leg that we need to focus on. We need to build strong institutions, and from yesterday's discussion, it was very clear, the thing that's important for strong institutions is leadership, leadership, leadership. Again, the appointment processes need to be depoliticized for the entire public sector, for there to be a professional public sector. We need to appoint leaders of competence and character through transparent processes. So finally, to wrap up, as Professor Madonsela has indicated, the values of the Constitution can be vacuous. They can be empty unless it is lived. It's got to be lived by institutions. And we're quite fortunate to see that a lot of progress has already been made in rebuilding our institutions that are protecting democracy. Yesterday, Advocate de Kock said that the soul of the NPA is in a good place. He can guarantee us of that. I think we've seen enough to know that the soul of the judiciary is in a good place, the soul of the Public Service Commission, the Independent Directorate, the SIU, the Public Protector, and the Hawks are all in good places. Colleagues, that's not nothing. That's something very significant that's happened over the last few years. However, it is quick to break things down and long to build things up again. And finally, the values of the Constitution needs to be lived by ourselves. Everybody in the country needs to live the values of the Constitution if there is to be success. And I like what Mr. Bolton has said in terms of when the EFF protests, where are we going to be? When it comes to people, again, wanting to break down, to threaten independence of institutions. So I just want to leave you with that. That's the oversight. Thank you very much from myself, for all of you, for being here, being part of the conversation. And good luck to all of the institutions and the individuals who are continuing this fight. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. You've done an excellent job in providing the summary, of the work that has happened today. I was actually just checking as well whether Mr. Mkonyama is around. He's supposed to be doing a vote of thanks. But now that I don't see him, I just want to go ahead and do just that. To say we are very excited at the opportunity that we have had. Oh, please come through. That we've had during the day. And we know that we are now bringing our own session to a close. So with that vote of thanks, we'll then be in a position to have a sense about where to from here. And then we'll run. Oh, Professor Major. Okay, thank you so much. The chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission is right here with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Makaya. May I also just subscribe to all the protocols that have been given, and also say that I'll be very brief, knowing that we have skipped breakfast and lunch already. Mr. Motibi delegated me to come and say a few words here, which are just the words of thanks. So I would like just to say, first of all, thank you very much to the Public Service Commission and the UN Office of Drugs for conceiving the idea to bring us together. We are really suffocating under corruption, and it is time that we came together and we spoke about this. So thank you very much for the initiative. Thank you also for raising awareness through this meeting of the Anti-Corruption Day. We have learned quite a lot of lessons from the 2 days that we were here. Unfortunately, I couldn't come yesterday. I had a hearing. But I heard that it went very well. I'd like to thank, of course, the program directors who enabled the proceedings to go on. But those proceedings wouldn't have gone on, of course, without your presence. We can't speak to the chairs, and they don't ask questions, and they don't speak back to us what makes it a success is the fact that when we say we would like to talk about these, we get the responses that we have got in terms of your presence, your participation, and we hope that what you have gained from here is actually going to fan the fires against corruption. We heard the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Professor Fikeni, saying that, well, we are talking today, but the time for talking is up, and there should be no more workshops and conferences and all kinds of gatherings to talk about corruption, that there should be action. We had also another professor towards the end of the day saying that next year we will call these people back, including the Chief Justice, and ask them, what have they done? I'm not sure whether it would be contempt of court, Professor, but you know, I don't disagree with you. We would like to thank the university for making this facility available for us to come together and speak. I hope that they will not charge us for doing this, you know. Yeah, I'll leave that to the Public Service Commission. But thank you very much for making the facility available to us. I would like to thank the moderators also, because of the way they have directed the discussions and enabled us to speak. I had taken some notes from what some of the, virtually all the speakers have presented, but I really don't think that, in fairness to all of you, I need to go through each one of them. But I would like to say to each and every one of them, thank you very much. I know that they had spent time reflecting on this conference. They spent time putting their thoughts together, and they spent time with us here and gave us what their thoughts are. Very valuable lessons that we have learned from here. The message that I got really was that it looks like we do have the plans. We need just to make sure that we work together, that we dance to the same tune, Jerusalem or something, but we danced together to the same tune, because the loopholes are the ones that weaken our fight against corruption. We also need to have that commitment and the staying power that Advocate Johnson spoke about to really fight against corruption. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thanks to all the people that were with us but have left, and I wish you a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Professor. We really appreciate this. Just wanted to say that let's wish all of us as participants at this conference that we travel safely back to our respective places. But before we do so, there is an important part that we are inviting all of you to first have lunch. We know that it's way beyond lunchtime, but it's important for you to get some sustenance. We've worked very hard today. And I also want to ensure that the guests are taken care of. Deputy Speaker, you will know that our teams are going to be taking the guests to also go and have lunch quickly before they depart. And to apologize, as Professor Machola has indicated, that some of our own guests and delegates had to leave earlier because of the challenges of flights and so on. But we do appreciate all of you. The work continues. It's been made very clear, as you heard from the summary, that it doesn't end here. So we are going to be continuing with the work. So you will hear from us very, very soon. Thank you so much.